Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final conference of the project on employment implications of connected and automated driving, CAD. Thank you for participating in such great numbers too. We just did a count, and together with speakers, we are at 150 people, approximately, give or take. So great attendance, thank you. Also, a word of thanks for Ertico for hosting the event today, and especially to Rita Bandari for putting so much effort into the organization of this. Of course, a word of thanks to the Commission for organizing and funding this study and for working with us and being patient with us, as always. We are in the fortunate presence of Frank Smith, our project officer, but also I think nice is that Nikos Gavanas, who started the project with us at DGRTD, is also with us today. So my name is Geert Smit. I'm director at Ecorus and managing the transport department. And I will be your moderator for today, together with Stefan Dreyer of Ertico, and he will introduce himself in a bit. Now, on the subject of CAD, this has been researched extensively, and for good reasons. After all, CAD will be a real game changer. It will change mobility and transportation in the future. And in this, let's say, CAD research landscape, we feel that our project makes a contribution. We fill a gap. And that's especially, I think, in coming up with numbers on employment and other social impacts, as well as some policy recommendations based on those impacts. On the project itself, just a bit of background info. The project started in the summer, in June last year, 2019. And with a duration of 60 months, it brings us close to completion. We are aiming at completing the project next month. When I speak of we, I should mention the consortium, as you see on this top slide. It's a combination of Ecorus coordinating the project together with a very strong modeling outfit consisting of M5, TRT, and Sureco. And we are also very fortunate to have partners that are very close to the stakeholders, and there I'm especially referring to Ertico, IRU, and UITP, each representing their own organizations. And then there is, of course, VTT, who brings in additional inputs and knowledge on CAD. Okay, so in the project, a lot of modeling has taken place, and Wolfgang Schade, M5, will present results of that in a little bit. I think that will be interesting, as well as a lot of stakeholder consultation. And that has resulted in a draft final report, which was submitted end of last month. Will be discussed and hopefully will be finalized and will be made available to you shortly. Now, on the program, the earlier mentioned two elements, the impacts on the one hand and the policy options on the other hand, that will also shape the program of today. And as you may have seen in the invitation in the program itself, we have a morning session which will last approximately to 12:15 according to the schedule. That will focus on the impacts mainly. I think we have a very interesting set of presenters from the consortium itself, but also from outside the consortium. If you're interested, hopefully you can have a look at the information pack that was provided to you, which also contains some information on the speakers itself. So we can go relatively easy on the introduction of the people. Now, the afternoon will then focus more on the policy options. And policy options when placing in time and also when adding responsible people or parties for implementation sort of forms a social roadmap. So that will be the afternoon session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we would like to hear from you. It is also a bit of always a bit of a challenge in such a big setting in a virtual environment. But we have tried to build in elements such as Q&A and an open floor, as well as a panel discussion where you can bring in your voice. And we've built in those elements to make this conference as participatory as possible. So we're counting on you. Of course, we have prepared ourselves to maybe to complete a short intro. We as a consortium, and hopefully also you, we're looking for a very interesting day full of excellent presentations and a lively debate. And like I said, hope you will be too. And on that note, I would like to pass the floor to Stefan, who, like I said earlier, will moderate together with me today. Stefan, the floor is yours. Okay, Stefan, this would be a good moment to join us. If not, feel free to step in at any time. Just push me out. But in case you are not, let me take this slide. This is about some house rules for the conference. The webinar will be recorded and will be made available to people that haven't been able to attend the conference. As I mentioned earlier, there's Q&A, there's the opportunity to raise questions and have engaged into discussion. If you, included here in the slide, if you're interested to be heard, please use the Q&A chat on your window, and we have a team here that are collecting all those questions, and that will be brought back to you. Now, when we have the open discussion session, you may also use the raise hand function, as you have probably used so many times already in similar events, as we are all doing these virtual events nowadays. Also, for your information, we have a number of polls at 2 points in the webinar that will be introduced well in time, of course. It's very easy. You will find out as we go along. These are just some basic house rules. If Stefan is back, he could join now. Otherwise, I suggest we move on, and then I can introduce the first speaker, who is Frank Smith, our policy officer, as mentioned earlier. And Frank, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Geert. Good morning, everyone. So, as mentioned by Geert, my name is Frank Smith. I've been for many years working in DGRTD's Research and Innovation Transport Strategy Unit, and there I had the privilege also to meet many of you. Now, since June 2019, I work in the Ecological and Social Transitions Unit, working on the development of the transition policy on climate change. And in the next few minutes, I will try to clarify why the Commission decided to organize the follow-up of this study in the new transition unit rather than in the more obvious at first look transport unit. It may help you also and guide you in the discussions later today. As we all know, Europe is experiencing a period of transition. The atmosphere is warming up and the climate is changing with each passing year. 1 million of the 8 million species on the planet are at risk of being lost. Forests and oceans are being polluted and destroyed. The European Green Deal is a response to these challenges. It's considered as a new growth strategy that aims to transform the EU into a fair and a prosperous society with a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy, and where there are no net emissions of greenhouse gases in 2050, and where economic growth is decoupled from resource use. And it's exactly in this context, of course, that Europe also must reduce emissions from transport further and faster. Now, to become the first climate neutral continent, we need to change the way we produce, consume and create, that's obvious. Unprecedented social, regulatory, technological innovation is required across society and economy to catalyze systemic changes, to take advantage of disruptive technologies and trigger actions at all levels. These new technologies, sustainable solutions and disruptive innovation are critical to achieve the objectives of the European Green Deal. COVID-19 crisis is, of course, another fierce wake-up call. No need to remind that. A wake-up call to our failure to adjust our strategies to the risks, opportunities, and the inherited characteristics in this 21st century. Now, I already mentioned fundamental systemic change towards sustainable needs is needed to emerge from, and has to emerge, obviously, from design, and not from, as we too often do, continuous crisis management. And towards this purpose also that a transition policy is necessary in order to steer development in a sustainable direction, by identifying and fundamentally also restructuring the unsustainable systems that underpin our society. The goal of this transition policy is exactly enabling, facilitating and guiding the social, technical and political transformations required by embedded societal systems to bring about sustainability. And that is what we try to do in the Ecological and Social Transition Unit. Now, considering the limited resources, human resources in the unit, it's also important to clearly identify and limit the field of action. And that's why we decided to first apply the transition policy approach into two specific areas, one being circular economy and bio-based systems, and the other, and that's more important for today, future urban and mobility systems. And transport, because that's what we are talking about, accounts for a quarter of the Union's greenhouse gas emissions, and they continue to grow. Now, the Green Deal, as you all know, seeks a 90% reduction in these emissions by 2050, and no need to say that automated and connected multimodal mobility will play an increasing role in this. Now, the full deployment of connected and automated transport is expected to affect the labor market in both positive and negative ways, and its potential impact on employment is gaining a growing attention. And that's also the reason why the Commission decided to launch this study on exploring the possible employment implications of connected and automated driving. To conclude, I want to say a few things on how this study is now directly aimed at supporting the work of the Ecological and Social Transitions Unit and the systemic transitions implied by the European Green Deal. Well, where the study can clearly contribute is in analyzing the main results and solutions produced by the framework program. And this analysis will aim at identification of gaps and trade-offs at system level, which will then feed back into strategic programming of the European Green Deal and also sustainable growth policies. Another important input of the study will be in collecting information on major modeling tools and assessment methods used by the Commission for the strategic planning of different sectors. And this will lead to developing a cross-sectorial model for transition analysis at system level, in order to capture trade-offs between different sectors and to formulate recommendations, again, for transition policies. And as a final word, I want to say that ecological and social transition will build bridges across DGRTD and other DGs, across programs in the Commission and out of the Commission, and it will ensure an open and constant dialogue with all relevant stakeholders, EU member states, the research community, industry, civil society, international organizations, all of you, for maximizing synergies and impacts of research and innovation on EU climate neutral and sustainable policies. And No need to say that this study will also contribute in a consistent manner to this debate and to this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for these welcoming words and for also making the link to the Green Deal. And it's good to see indeed that several directorates of the Commission are involved, as we really believe that this is a quite horizontal issue. So I want to apologize for I had some connectivity issues, so I couldn't take over as planned, but I would just like to quickly welcome you as well from my side. I'm Stefan Dreher, and I'm Senior Manager at Urtico ITS Europe in the Department of Innovation and Deployment. And I will have the pleasure to co-moderate this event today with Gert. So we have a second welcome speech now from Jacob Bangsgaard. So Jacob is the CEO of Urtico ITS Europe. Urtico is one of the partners in the study, and as Gert mentioned, is hosting today's event. So Jacob, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. It's good to see that we have a link to the Urtico HQ again. I'm calling in from my home office, and I would like to say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, for warm welcome from me. And we are very proud from Urtico's side to have been a part of this study, and we are very much looking forward to presenting the results here to the mobility community. Automation is a top priority for us in Urtico and of huge interest to a majority of our 120 partners. Automation has for years been seen as a solution to many of our problems when it comes to efficiency, safety, and convenience. But areas like automation, digitalization, AI has also often been seen to be synonymous with job losses and refocus of skills, also within our mobility sector. Digitalization and automation open a whole range of opportunities and needs to be used in the best way to make a sustainable mobility sector for the future, as Frank already mentioned. The focus on the benefits and opportunities need to be followed by analysis on how we want to form the mobility space and jobs of the future in a combination of policy, consumer demand, and sustainability. We have been very much forced in 2020 due to the pandemic to reevaluate also the way we move and how we want to define a new normal in our society. We have also seen a certain stress testing of the new mobility systems and services in the recent months. For some aspects, one could imagine automation to be a solution to some of the new challenges we have been facing, but it has not always turned out to be the case when seen from a user perspective. The societal aspects and user needs are one of the pillars of the future partnership in the CCAM, which is being set up in the upcoming Horizon Europe framework. Urtico is an active contributor to the development of this partnership, and as a public-private partnership, one of our objectives is to contribute to raising awareness about automated mobility and disruptive technologies in general, as well as to identify all the stakeholders' needs. Technological advancements require some sound policies to be optimal, which is why studies like this one are very important. And therefore, we very much thank the European Commission for initiating this CAD study on employment impacts. And Urtico was very happy to work with all the partners on this task. As Geert mentioned in the beginning, we are more than 100 and more close to 150 registered for this event, this webinar, and I hope that you are able to find answers to some of your many questions, and I wish you a very inspiring day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, for this welcome speech as well, and for mentioning indeed the difficult balance between the downsides and as well the positive effects of automation, and the need to have further analysis and studies like this study that we are presenting today. You also mentioned the CCAM partnership. There will be a presentation this afternoon as well on what the CCAM partnership is preparing currently for the next steps regarding societal aspects of automation. So after these introductions, we will start now with the presentations from today. We will have a series of presentations from project partners and as well from external speakers giving their views on the topic. And we will first start with a presentation by Wolfgang Schade. Wolfgang Schade is founder, CEO, and scientific leader of M5 GmbH, so Mobility, Future, Innovation, Economics, which is based in Karlsruhe. M5 has been leading the quantitative impact assessment in this study. And Wolfgang will now present about the findings of the study on the impacts of CAD on the labor market. Wolfgang, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. Technology seems to work. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to talk to you about this interesting topic of CAD. After having worked for more than 10 years on issues like preparing the previous transport white paper, the 10T development, the 10T guidelines, and also greenhouse gas mitigation policies at the European and at the national level, we are also working on this interesting topic on mobility service and on CAD here at M5. And we have handled this quantitative impact assessment together with the two teams of Cereco and TRT, and as I said, M5 team. So I would like to start with presenting you the scenarios that we have elaborated, and this is the next slide. We have, together with the experts and in close communication with stakeholders at workshops, elaborated 4 scenarios of CAD uptake, and these are summarized here. These scenarios differ in the sense how the speed of diffusion of CAD technology is taking place. So there are 2 scenarios, 1 and 2, that are fast implementing CAD technology, and fast and early means at 2035. That was the timing discussed with the experts, when we can have a massive deployment of CAD, depending, of course, also on the deployment of level 4 and level 5 vehicles. Then there is a moderate scenario and a slow uptake scenario. And there are differences between the first 2 and the second 2, where the focus of personal mobility is on private cars, and later on in this scenario 3 in particular, it's on shared mobility services. We have then a differentiation about the conditions, how CAD can be used. In the first scenario, it's really unrestricted use, so no limitation in urban or rural areas, or time limitations, or for trucks and so on. In other scenarios, there are some restrictions for CAD deployment area-wise or on certain modes. And we have a differentiation how different countries and how different European countries deploy CAD. So in the first scenario, which is the most ambitious scenario, there's a large forerunner group of member states, 15, I think, member states that go into CAD very early. And in the other scenarios, there is a smaller forerunner group, and other member states are followers, small followers. We have tested these scenarios with 4 models, and 2 of the models have been developed in a new fashion. Yeah, there's a scenarios model which helped us to quantify the scenario details, and you already see some of the scenario details on this slide. And there have been 2 macroeconomic models that were used to test the scenarios, Astra and Nemesis, so well elaborated models that have been used for very many topics, for impact assessments in the past, and now also for this CAD assessment. And we have developed new, again, a synthesis model which in particular enables to summarize results and to break down our findings to the regional level. So also on the scenarios, you see here how passenger traffic is affected in the southern left-hand side on this figure. In each of the figures is the reference now, which is the EU reference now 2016. You clearly see that passenger transport with private car is taking the largest shares, and then there's also shares of bus transport, conventional bus transport, robo-bus, taxi, robo-taxi, car sharing, ride sharing, train and air. And with the colors, you can already see that in particular in scenario 3, there is a strong connection between CAD and ride sharing services. So they capture a large share of mobility, of transport performances, while in the others, the change is less drastic. In the first scenario, it's also important to mention that we see a growth of car traffic because CAD is deployed in particular with private cars, while in the second scenario, it's deployed in private cars, but also in public services. And on the right-hand side, you can identify for the 4 scenarios, the share of level 4 and level 5 cars in the fleet. So the orange and turquoise is level 4 and level 5. And scenario 1 and 2 with the fast uptake until 2050, that's the point of time presented here. Both figures have captured more than 85% of the fleet. And this is different in the 3rd and 4th scenario, where there's only a minor share of level 5 cars, and these are deployed in forerunner countries, and a more substantial share of level 4, but we still have a significant, more than half of the fleet, not level 4 and 5. Please, next slide. The same is here presented now for the freight transport. The vehicle fleet even experiences a more rapid diffusion of CAD technology in level 4 and level 5. So in freight, in the first 2 scenarios, the whole fleet, let's say there's 1% left, but the whole fleet is converted into level 4 and level 5 trucks. And this, of course, enables also good automation and autonomous applications on the freight side. And still in the other 2 scenarios, there is the level 5 focused on forerunner countries, and level 4, at least in scenario 3, is more wider spread. Okay, that's the setting of the scenarios. And coming to the major results on the labor market, we see, let's say, 2 periods on the labor market in transport services. In transport services means here now freight and passenger, where until about 2035, when we see in the first 2 scenarios CAD massive deployment, we have a growth of demand, of transport demand, and in particular of freight transport demand, that also induces or implies growth of transport employment. Yeah? So we need more drivers and more other operators for running the transport system, in particular the freight system. And when entering CAD in the first 2 scenarios in 2035, we see that this picture changes, that transport employment declines, and between the scenarios in the end, there's a gap of more than 2 million jobs. And this difference mainly comes from the freight part, as we will see later on. Yes. We see here the focus now first on the passenger services and later on the freight services. On this picture, you have the differentiation between conventional passenger services, the solid lines, and the autonomous passenger services, or the dash lines. And okay, until 2035, when we don't have these vehicles, we don't see an impact in any of the scenarios. And then we see several influences, in particular in scenario 3, where we have the massive introduction of ride sharing, and ride sharing takes away demand from private cars, but also from buses. Yeah. And that's why we see the largest impact here on the passenger side in this scenario 3, with strong deployment of ride sharing, where also conventional bus transport reduces employment by new employment in the shared services. This is, let's say, the main message on the passenger side, that ride sharing is endangering the jobs here. Next slide. So this is here again more differentiating for bus and for taxi employment, and we can also see a stronger impacts on the taxi side, where we expect something like 450,000 less jobs in these services due to the ride sharing, in particular in scenario 3, but also some 150,000 jobs less in the other scenario. So in our opinion, the taxi service is affected quite strongly. In absolute terms, also the number of job lost in the bus service is similar, with also 450,000 jobs. Next slide. What we can see here is that the different categories of jobs in the passenger transport service, before it was a total. Now we see a split into drivers and other categories: administration, management, IT staff, customer services, operations, and stewards and maintenance. And as the scenarios in particular have an impact in the longest period until 2050, unfolding between 2035 and 2040, the first impacts and the strongest impacts between 2040 and 2050, it's mainly interesting to look at the green bars, where we see that the driver profession is also strongly reduced in 2050 by the CAD deployment. And we see some compensation in the passenger services, in particular in the IT staff running the IT and the operations, and also in stewards accompanying the new services, either at the bus stations, for instance, or also at safety stewards in the new services, helping people, for instance, enter the vehicle, answering them questions, and so on. So we see there are some new opportunities, compensating loss of driver jobs, and that's why the total of passenger transport service jobs is not declining as strongly as we will see soon for freight transport. Next slide, please. This is now shifting the focus to the freight transport services. We have here again the conventional freight transport with the solid lines, and the dashed lines representing the automated services. We see this shape of the figures of the total reflected also in the freight transport employment around 2035 in the most ambitious scenarios. The conventional employment declines when level 4 and level 5 trucks are entering the market massively. We have these automated services, but as we can identify with the magnitude of the automated services in the dashed lines, these new jobs created, they are not compensating for these losses in the conventional driver profession. And that brings me to the next slide, where we have a differentiation on the right-hand side into the driver and the non-driver jobs. And the driver jobs in the solid lines show this picture. Conventional drivers, as we have seen before, after 2035, stronger decline, and then with some delay in scenario 3, also this decline. While in the non-driver employment, there is a stable development. So these other jobs that do the management, do the administration, offer customer services, they are more or less stable compared to the driver jobs. And just one thing mentioned, one category that is increasing in numbers are these mobility operators that are needed to support the transport operations, in particular in the transition period, in level 4 transition period. Yeah, next slide. this is now breaking down the total numbers that we have seen. We have presented before total numbers for EU 27 for the 4 scenarios. And of course, each of these scenarios is elaborated in the models at the country level. So we have similar figures as we have seen for the member state level. And then we have tried to break down the findings of each member state to the European regions at the NUTS 2 level. And this figure shows now the maps of changes for the 4 scenarios. So red are these regions where we reduce employment between 2050 and 2020. That's the change. And green are those regions where there is still an increase of employment in transport service between 2050 and 2020. And you can only see, or mainly see, green regions only in the scenario 4, where there is dominating the transport demand growth, meaning more employment in the regions, and where there is little impact only of cut. And in the other scenarios, there is dominating the red figure where employment is reduced in the regions. The pattern is somehow different depending on the shape or on the ratio, let's say, between growth of transport demand and cut deployment. So growth of transport demand is partially offsetting the negative impact of cut employment, and also depending on the share of freight transport service in these different regions. And actually the second scenario is the one which has the largest number of regions which experience a loss of employment between over these 30 years in the transport service, because there the focus is less on the private car but on the transport services, including the freight services, and there we experience then the highest reduction of job losses. And then it plays a role also, and this is more visible in scenario 3, which are the forerunner countries. And there you can see the darker red figure, so more employment losses in these countries that are forerunner countries, so Germany, Netherlands, Finland, for instance, because they are strong cut deployment and the compensating effects, they are not strong enough to mitigate these reductions. So each scenario has here a very different pattern in regional distribution. And just to, because you cannot read it, we tried, or we used the same scaling for all the scenarios. Okay, next slide, please. From passenger transport employment and freight transport employment, now also to the third pillar of cut employment, which is taking place in the manufacturing sectors and the construction sector. We have just shown here, due to reasons of time, the employment in the vehicle sector, which has a continuous decline from 2020 until 2050. But what you can see here is that when the cut deployment in the cars and trucks is starting, that the decline in the first 2 scenarios where the massive deployment of cut in vehicles is taking place, and we don't lose demand for vehicles because we don't have sharing, or we have limited sharing only. There's an increase of employment in these manufacturing sectors of vehicles because these cut vehicles carry a higher value, so produce a higher value added because of all the cut components that have to be implemented in them, so sensors, computers, processors, and so on. And this is actually not only benefiting the vehicle sector, but also the electronic sectors, the computer sector, the communication sector. So those that provide and develop these new technologies, and also the software for the new technologies. So if we would look at these sectors, we would also see an upward impact by the cut scenarios in terms of employment. And the other sector which is also benefiting from the cut deployment is construction, because we have to start already during the 2020s and early 2030s to make the infrastructure fit for the purpose of implementing CAD. And this means additional investments into infrastructure, and that's why also in the construction sector we see a substantial increase of employment by CAD. And one impact to have in mind as well is looking, imagining the maps of the distribution of manufacturing sectors in the vehicle technology and vehicle sector. We see at the moment, let's say, rather evenly spread employment in Europe, with focus also in Spain and Italy and France, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, and Sweden. And our analysis shows that the CAD technology is probably more centralized in a few regions than the average vehicle manufacturing. So we have identified Ile-de-France, the Munich region, the Stuttgart region as centers of CAD technology development, so more jobs there. And also some regions that might develop and manufacture the CAD technologies like computer chips. So this could be in Holland, North Brabant, and in Netherlands, North Brabant, and in Germany, Dresden, for instance. So this is a bit changing the spatial pattern there, the CAD technology in the manufacturing area. Next slide, please. And the final modeling area after passenger, freight, and manufacturing sectors is the impact on economic growth and total employment. Yeah, so the investments, the additional ones, the cost decrease due to CAD, they stimulate the economy. So they induce second round effects, and we see an increased growth path, higher GDP, and this means also additional income for the private consumer, which is spent on all sectors. So there's not a focus anymore on the vehicle sector or on the transport service sector. They will also spend additional money on restaurants, for instance, and other consumer sectors, and their new jobs will be created as well and will partially compensate for the lost jobs in the transport sector, the transport services sector. Overall, we have to say there remains a small total loss of employment in the scenarios by the CAD deployment. And looking a little bit at the two economic models that we applied here, they follow slightly different paths, how their reactions are modeled. In the Astra model, there the investments generate a productivity effect, and this stimulates the GDP, and this is the stronger path. Also the cost, of course, plays a role for the economic impacts that we see here. While in the Nemesis model, there is the cost impact stronger. It affects competitiveness of the different member states. So improves this competitiveness because transport costs are reduced, and because of improved competitiveness and because of lower transport costs, also the exports are stronger affected in the Nemesis model. But in general, we can say the models produce comparable results for the GDP growth and also for the overall and total employment impacts. So next slide, please. Now this is already the summary slide, and it seems that I'm more or less in time, which was not easy. So you see here for each of the issues that I mentioned, one bullet, let's say, for the passenger transport services, that of course the traditional employment of drivers and others decreases, but we have some compensating new jobs that emerge in the IT, in the operators, in the stewards. This is can be seen as kind of intra-sectoral transformation also. While in the freight transport services, the decline of employment due to the CAD, due to the automation, is much stronger. This concerns in particular the drivers, the conventional drivers, and there's also not a compensation, or we do not expect a compensation due to IT or operators' job sufficient one. So there is a loss in this sector of employment. We have new transport services that create these new jobs. And as I mentioned, this is in both cases, this is clearly IT and also the supervision of these services. But it, of course, means also restructuring of the remaining jobs and the skill requirements, which will be, of course, the talk in the next slot. And the manufacturing sectors and construction, these are the sectors that increase jobs, but they might be slightly differently distributed over the regions in Europe than the current pattern of manufacturing, at least. And we see, of course, this overall stimulating effect on GDP and growth of the CAD implementation. Nevertheless, as I've already summarized, the total employment will slightly decrease despite this compensation by additional growth due to CAD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for this very comprehensive overview of the results of the study on the impacts and showing that we can expect significant impacts depending on the deployment scenarios, but as well the regions, the vehicle types. So we will have the possibility to discuss this further later this morning. So we have, as mentioned, a question and answer session just after the next presentation, and then as well an open discussion where you will be able to ask questions. So in the meantime, please post your question in the questions tab on the right side of your GoToWebinar tool, so that we can see them in time and ask them to the speakers afterwards. So before that, I would like to welcome our second speaker for this morning. This will be Amandine Dubos from the European Commission Joint Research Center. So Amandine is working in the Sustainability Transport Unit, C4, and there she studies the socioeconomic impacts of connected and automated driving on employment, and as well the acceptance of these on the individuals. Amandine will now present the external perspective on the expectations and concerns of connected automated driving. Amandine, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I am Amandine from the European Joint Research Center. And today I will present you the work made with my team on a subject different from the employment, but somehow related, the acceptance of using automated vehicles. Next slide, please. In particular, I will present you the results obtained thanks to the European survey we launched last year, the Eurobarometer survey 496. I will also present you a cluster analysis we made with the same dataset, and finally different ongoing and past activities related to automated vehicle. Next slide, thank you. I would like to introduce you now the Eurobarometer survey we launched in Europe. Shortly, Eurobarometer are public opinion surveys of citizens of the European Union. In September 2019, we launched a survey on expectations and concerns of connected and automated driving. In total, we gathered opinions than more of 20,000 European citizens. In the survey, we explored, in particular, previous knowledge and experience about automated driving and driving assistance systems, also mobility needs on automated vehicles. So for example, readiness to use or activities that people can make while the vehicle is driving, attitudes toward automated vehicles, like sharing the space, the public space with automated vehicles, the fact of feeling comfortable within automated vehicle. And we also investigated expectations, concerns, and policy implications of connected and automated vehicle. So now I would like to present you some key results from the Eurobarometer. First of all, as a general comment, results related to the acceptance are relatively pessimist. So as you can read, people seems not ready to use automated vehicle if they had the opportunity. About the possible purchase of such vehicles, half of the participants said that they would never buy an automated vehicle. And a majority of respondents said they would not feel comfortable in the presence of fully automated vehicles on the roads, regardless of how they were traveling. So I mean, as being a cyclist, pedestrian, but also driver of non-automated vehicle or automated vehicle. Now about the figure that you can see. As regards the comfort that respondents would feel when traveling in a fully automated vehicle, the respondents were clear in showing higher degree of comfort in case an operator will be present in the vehicle. And this feeling of comfort decreases when a remote supervision is in the vehicle and is lower, but really low, when there is no human supervision within the vehicle. Next slide. Thank you. So about the impact of connected and automated vehicle. So no anonymous opinion was expressed in relation to the possible impact of connected and automated vehicle. However, among the most important one, we have the fact that respondents think that automated vehicle will reduce the need for professional drivers and take over their jobs, so 28% of European citizens, and that they will also reduce accidents and travel stress. Next slide. Now I will present you briefly the results of the cluster analysis we made using the Eurobarometer survey. So what we did is that we divided respondents in different users' profiles based on their responses toward 4 main attitudes. So the willingness to use connected and automated vehicle, the attitude toward sharing private data, attitude toward automated vehicle on the roads while riding non-automated vehicle, and the attitude towards the absence of human assistance within connected and automated vehicle. So while the two last attitudes are linked to the feeling of safety related to the use and deployment of automated cars, the first one is related to the acceptance of using automated cars, and the second one describes the opinion related to sharing private mobility information. So as you can observe, five distinct profiles were identified. 2 are more positive regarding the acceptance of using connected and automated vehicle. So they are named the distrustful deniers and the wary skeptic. I'm sorry. They are named the fearless adopters and the measured adopters. 2 more negative, so the distrustful denier and the wary skeptic. And finally, 1, the trusty undecided, where participants did not express clear opinion about the acceptance of using automated vehicle, but have positive attitudes towards safety issues. Finally, the most negative cluster is also the largest one, counting 33% of the sample, so about 9,000 participants. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, looking more in detail the socioeconomic characteristics, mobility patterns, and opinions toward connected and automated vehicle of the different clusters, we can observe that both optimistic clusters have differences. So, for example, the most negative clusters, the fearless adopters, have expectation towards the impact of CAVs and always take control back and would always take control back of the vehicle. They are mainly men, are more comfortable with using a smartphone, would pay more for to improve their mobility, and have a higher share of owning a driving license. On the other side, the measured adopters, differently from the fearless adopters, have no expectation towards the impact of connected and automated vehicle, would like also take the control of the vehicle, but under specific conditions. So those people would also pay more to improve their mobility and also have a higher share of owning a driving license. However, both clusters have characteristics in common, also it's not as strong for the measured adopters. So for example, the characteristics in common are they both have a high experience of automated features. They have access to information about connected and automated vehicles during the past year. They are in favor of the deployment of connected and automated vehicles, and they are also more willing to purchase connected and automated vehicles. Now, next slide. About the pessimist cluster. So I made some, I'm sorry, I didn't change, I just saw now that I didn't change the name of the cluster. So the worry skeptic and the distrustful denier have all the characteristics in common. Also not as strong for the worry skeptics. So both clusters do not have experience of automated features. They have no expectation towards the impact of connected and automated vehicles, and they are not in favor of the deployment of connected and automated vehicles, and as well not willing to purchase them. So those people are mainly women, are not willing to pay more to improve their mobility, do not own a car, and are also older. However, as you can observe in the graph, what distinguishes them are their attitude towards sharing their private data. Next slide. So finally, about the last cluster, the trusty undecided participants, what we can say is that they are in favor of the deployment of connected and automated vehicle. They are also willing to purchase an automated vehicle, especially after observing people using it, which suggests that their willingness to use connected and automated vehicle could also increase after the introduction of the vehicles on the market. They also have no experience of automated features and no expectation towards the impact of connected and automated vehicle. What is also very interesting is that those people do not have socioeconomic characteristic or mobility patterns that differentiate them from citizens of the other clusters. So now I would like to pass to the other part. So now what I would like to do is to introduce you some activities related to connected and automated vehicles that we are having in Joint Research Center. So first of all, I will talk to you about the living lab activity of the GRC. So what I can tell you about this activity is that the GRC is implementing living labs on 2 of its sites, locating one is in Ispra in Italy and the other one in Petten, Netherlands. The aim is to engage citizens and different stakeholders in innovating and implementing solutions in the areas of transport and energy. So a call for expressions of interest is ongoing, and 3 startups have already been selected to co-design and test their innovative mobility solutions in the Ispra site. The first one concerned a ride-sharing application. The second one, an electric robotized modular platform for the transport of passengers and freight. And the last one, an automated ground droid for last-time delivery of goods. So the idea behind this activity, thank you. So the idea behind this activity is to develop an environment suitable for co-creation and also to increase public involvement in innovation process by engaging citizens within the discussion with policymakers, industry and science. The Ispra site, in addition, proposes a perfect environment for testing innovative solutions since Ispra site is a closed city-like environment with around 2,000 workers, 36 kilometers of internal road, and real mobility needs. In addition, it is a GRC who applies Italian laws within the site. So finally, I will present you now the two last activities that we are having. So last year, we did a sentiment analysis. So a sentiment analysis is a worldwide media analysis where we try to understand the feelings that are expressed by the articles published in the world on internet. So for this analysis, we studied 45,000 articles from 152 countries in different languages, English, Italian, Spanish, German, and French. And to do so, we had the support of the Europe Media Monitor. And the idea, so as I told you before, was to determine the sentiment of each article as positive, neutral, or negative. The other activity is more related to the Living Lab, and the idea behind those focus groups is to explore different aspects related to the acceptance towards the deployment of connected and automated vehicles. It's an activity that we have in collaboration with the German Aerospace Center, and the idea is also to further explore the Eurobarometer survey that I already presented you. So thank you, and I'm over now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amandine, for this interesting presentation and the overview of the results from the Eurobarometer survey. I think it's interesting to see indeed that although there is this pessimism or low willingness to purchase the vehicles, there are still some expectations that automation will have a positive impact regarding accidents and travel stress. So I think it's an interesting contrast. So we have now a few minutes for questions and answer. We received quite a lot in the meantime on mainly the presentations from Wolfgang. So I would like to first start with the questions from my colleague Cohen-Bresser for Wolfgang. So for the employment study, was there an assumption that the volume of traffic remains the same?
No, this was not assumed. It's the volume is according to the EU reference scenario 2016. So that's the basic. And then in the scenarios model, we changed the parameters, the cost parameters of the different modes. And there's new modal split and so on developing, but and also a new volume in terms of vehicle kilometers. For instance, if we have more sharing used than less vehicle kilometers. But overall, there is this growth trend from the EU reference scenario. And this is the reason why until 2035 we see a growth of employment in the transport services.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then as well for the, did you also look at the age distribution of the drivers? So in other words, will the job loss be solved by aging?
We look not at the details in this. This is part, I think, of the next presentation. But of course, we are aware of the difficult situation, in particular of the freight service sector, because for the next 10, 15 years, we see a growth of demand in employment. So they need more people to work as a driver, while they have an aging job base or person base, so less drivers. And then they must convince young or female persons now to become a driver, with the perspective that in the future this job might change drastically, or the opportunities might get less because of cut. And then, yeah, we are there in the skills discussion, which skills will need these new drivers attracted to the freight transport service. But I think leave it to the next session.
Okay. Yeah, then we have a last one from Cohen. You once heard that transport is limited by the amount of drivers. So is this indeed the case? Will there actually be job losses?
This is comes back to the issue that we just discussed. It's true, yeah, it's limited due to the age profile, and the sector must make an effort to attract younger persons, new drivers, and must also prepare that these new drivers have then new skills that are also needed after 2030.
Okay, thank you. Then we have a question from Coin Sheetgate on same as well on for Wolfgang. So you expect a stable, large conventional bus share of 6-7% in passenger kilometers in all scenarios. How certain are you? There are other studies, so he's mentioning McKinsey on the automated transport, that suggest replacement of most conventional buses by robo-shuttles, at least in some scenarios. So will people make a long journey to a conventional bus stop if a shorter waiting time is possible with robo-taxis?
Yes, but we did in the scenarios model such analysis, so we were driven also by cost and time variables. And I think the outcome also of this using these cost and time variables was that the conventional buses lose some share, but not drastically, yeah, in these scenarios. And of course, we know that there are in these urban areas there are capacity problems, so we cannot shift from one huge bus and for the whole fleet in the urban areas to 10 or 15 smaller buses in all cities. So this can be done maybe in less in smaller cities, less dense regions, or in suburbs, where it's inefficient to run a large bus, and it's much more efficient to run a smaller on-demand or shuttle bus. So that's I agree, but there remains still some larger buses because they offer more capacity on the high route demands.
Okay, thanks. Then we have another series of questions from Gerard Gortz from, so these are related to the regional impacts here as well. So the impact on decrease of employment in transport service area worries me. So you mentioned about the necessity of changing profession. So for example, IT services, supervision, but in practice, not many drivers will change their jobs or the employment sector.
Yeah, I mean, so, I think the supervision, I think, is something which can be an opportunity for today's driver. So we were still meaning that it's a change of job within the transport sector. So it's meaning that a person which was a driver and maybe an older driver with not acquiring the new IT skills at all, that they can go into this area of supervision and offering the steward service at the bus stations, or also for a while within the shuttle buses, because for a while they will need some stuff at the buses. So this is one option. And as I spoke already on the workforce to be employed after 2030, they will have other skills, and maybe they can also have stronger education in IT skills, and then can also work on some IT aspects of the new systems.
And in the same question, so he's referring as well to the, so that Poland's transport market will definitely be affected according to the studies. So do we have any practical and real plan how to limit the consequences of CAD implementation in some countries?
I think that's also a question for the next session, so I would not take this now.
I agree. I think that's something we can discuss then as well on the policy options.
Yeah.
Okay, we have time for two last questions. So there's a question now just came in. Piarc Italia is extremely interested in CAD. So this is Leonardo Anese. He's leading a group on ethics, social and safety aspects of CAD. It would be great to start a collaboration among our organizations. Okay, good. It was not a question, but a good remark. I think it's indeed good to have collaboration on these topics. So then just before we close the question and answers, I would have maybe a question as well for Amandine on the living labs aspect. So you presented briefly the living labs from GRC at the end. Could you maybe elaborate a bit how the living labs approach that you have in this quadruple helix, how can this be used to study more particularly the social impacts and the solutions?
You mean the social impact on employment or in general?
Yes, for example, and as well maybe testing or policy options.
Okay. On employment, this is not the aim of this living lab for now, also because the activity has, I mean, with the COVID issue, it is difficult for now to implement on site some of the activities, but it's ongoing now and we are trying to find some solution. More in general about the social impact, what is very interesting is that we will test a vehicle on the GRC site, an automated vehicle. And for us, this is really an opportunity to understand how people feel. And I mean, I don't know if you ever came to the GRC. It is a real close environment, which is very safe and where you have a lot of roads, and it's really perfect to test such a vehicle. And the idea is also to understand if passenger test the vehicle, what they really feel, if this is the kind of vehicle that they want to use, and also how they would like to use it. It's also an opportunity to collaborate directly with the citizens and to understand us, how, as policymakers, what is the best for European citizens. So it's an activity that will really impact the construction, the elaboration of the policies that we can propose.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Amandine.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I propose that we close now the question and answer session. As we mentioned, there will be possibility to elaborate on some of these questions and to ask further questions for the open floor discussions that we will have at 11:30. And now for the next presentation, I'm handing over to Gert. Thanks to both our speakers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. Thanks, Wolfgang. Thanks, Amandine. Wolfgang, your presentation certainly raised a lot of questions to the audience. Keep them coming. We like the questions. There will be an open floor in a little bit after the next presentations. So keep sending the questions. Amandine, yes, sure, certainly very nice. On the living labs, I was thinking also about the skills changes or required skills changes and how that could potentially also play a role, but maybe up for discussion later. Okay, the questions on skills provide a very natural connection or bridge to our next speaker, which is Niels Verkennis. Now, Niels is a consultant at Ecoris, and he's working in the domains of transport as well as social aspects. So that makes him the perfect speaker to present results on the social impacts of CAD, including the skills requirements. So Niels, the floor is yours. Niels, you're muted.
Thanks a lot, Rita. My microphone was still unmuted. I started with thanking Geert for the introduction. I wanted to introduce myself, but I think you already provided me with a proper introduction. So what I'm going to discuss with you today on the next slide is the social impacts of CAD. And within this spectrum of social impacts, we've chosen to discuss some of them we already received some questions from during Wolfgang's presentation, so I'm happy to discuss this with you. For instance, on skill requirements, on the age distribution of drivers, We'll also be discussing the gender distribution within the workforce and how CAD may potentially impact this. We will dive a bit into how income may be affected, specifically income between drivers and mobility operators. And last, I will be discussing two cross-cutting issues. First of all, the driver shortages, which has already been provided some questions by the audience, and social inclusion. So contrary to the employment impacts that were presented by Wolfgang, the social impacts we will consider in a more qualitative way. And I would like to start with the changing skill requirements. I think you are all familiar with the model that I have added on this slide, showing the different levels of automation ranging from 0 driver only to 5 full automation. And within this model, there are two developments that I would like to discuss today. First of all, the transition to a level 4 automation. And here we still will have vehicles that involve a driver. Nevertheless, as Wolfgang already indicated in his presentation, this driver occupation is expected to transform, and we will call this transformation a mobility operator. And I will get back to this on the next slide, which is already on the screen. If you could go one slide back, Rita. Because the second development that I will be discussing is level 5, which is fully autonomous and involves no human intervention at all. So no driver will be required at this stage. And the bottom line is that for both these developments, the driver occupation as it is now will eventually disappear. However, it will partially be offset by an increase in demand for other jobs in the transport sector, as was also provided by Wolfgang in his presentation. If we could now go to the next slide, I will tell you how this will play out for the level 4 mobility operators. So if we recall the figure that I showed you, level 4 does not require the driver to drive during defined use. Rather, the driver will be monitoring the vehicle and the IT systems. So the transition from a driver to a mobility operator includes or involves a shift from maneuvering vehicles to supervising the automation systems and the monitoring of the environment. So when we look at the skills that are needed for this, we defined a few based on reports from the US, who already provided some extensive features on this. First of all, you would need supervision and selective intervention skills. So you need to be able to react when the vehicle needs you to react. And this relates to the second bullet that I've noted here, which is an understanding of the capabilities and the limitations of the automated vehicle. And this is where we see specifically an increase in the need for IT skills, and specifically know what the vehicle can do and what the vehicle cannot do. Next to that, there is an increased need for coordination, cooperation, and collaboration skills between the mobility operator and the automated vehicle. And last, mobility operators should also be able to transition from automated driving to manual driving. And to put things into context, I add an example of a truck that arrives in a terminal driving automated, but then needs to transfer onto a ship, which is often seen as a too complex operation to be conducted fully automated. So this would need the driver or the mobility operator to take over the steer. So this reduced need for driving also allows mobility operators to take up non-driving tasks. For instance, we could think of administrative tasks when in automated driving mode, or for instance, maybe more customer service oriented tasks. And in addition to this, there are some legal implications on automated driving. So this would require drivers to obtain more knowledge on the legal implications of driving autonomous versus driving manually. And the question here is mainly who is liable when, for instance, driving fully autonomous and getting into a collision. If you can go to the next slide. This is on SAE level 5. And as said, this is fully autonomous and will require no driver at all. So this would require reskilling and reallocation of drivers to other professions. And if you recall Wolfgang's presentation, specifically in passenger transport services, there is some compensation for the loss in driver jobs, specifically with regards to, for instance, stewards or IT staff, etc. And now there have been already experiences in, for instance, the metro sector where drivers have been replaced, or metros have been fully automated, and drivers had to be reallocated. And there we see, for instance, that drivers had been reallocated to station dispatchers, or for instance, as stewards who were equipped with customer service tasks, or for instance, as a station supervisor. So to I'll get back to one of my earlier points, the driver occupation as it is now will disappear in the end, but there will be different jobs that may partially offset this decrease in demand for driver jobs. So let's move on now to some of the professional and socio-economic characteristics. I think we received already quite some questions on this one, the driver's age distribution. As most of you know, the transport sector, and specifically the driver occupation, is aging. If we look at numbers from IRU, then we see that the average age of drivers expected to increase by approximately 1 year every 2 years. And even more so, if we look at the figures on the right side of the screen, we are at the verge of a tremendous outflow of drivers. In logistics, around 61% of drivers expected to retire within the next 20 years. In mobility, we see that the number is even higher, it's 90%. And I will get back to this shortage of drivers later on in the presentation. But to give you already a quick answer to the questions that were provided early on in the presentation, in the short term, CAD is not going to solve this problem of increasing outflow. In the long term, however, the increased need for instance, IT-related skills might make the sector more appealing to a younger workforce. But in the short term, as said, this is not expected to happen. More on this later on in the presentation. If we could go to the next slide, another issue in the transport sector is the gender imbalance. And as most of you also know, transport is a male-dominated sector. We've looked at the possible effects of the introduction of CAD on this gender balance in the sector, and we found that it provides both opportunities as well as barriers to a more gender balanced road transport sector. And that's due to the 3 main points that I've noted down here. First of all, the anticipated increase in importance of, for instance, customer relations and orientation skills is expected to benefit the attractiveness of the profession or the transport sector in general for females. Second, if we consider the possibility of operating vehicles remotely from a control center, which could be in case of a level 4 automated vehicle also, this may take away some of the barriers for females to take up jobs in transport. And you can think of long days on the roads, irregular working hours, safety issues, etc. However, and I think this was also pointed out by Amadine in her presentation, in case of in-vehicle operations, studies show that women are less willing to use automated cars than men. More so, these studies have shown that women associate automated cars often with anxiety, whereas men often associate it with pleasure. So all in all, the net effect of CAD on the gender balance is difficult to predict, but it's important to state here that CAD is not the sole solution to a more gender balanced road transport sector. Rather, improving and sustaining the gender balance in the transport sector requires a package of policy activities and initiatives, among them, for instance, recruitment policies, qualification, training opportunities, work-life balance promotions, health and safety, tackling gender stereotyping, etc. So to the next slide, indeed. Thank you, Rita. We've also looked at how CAD might influence income of drivers. And for this, we put in a comparison between the level 4 mobility operator and the traditional driver for the conventional vehicles. And as the mobility operator is expected to require more skills, specifically with regards to IT, ICT, we expect that this may lead to a higher wage for mobility operators relative to the traditional drivers. And of course, this depends largely on the tasks and the responsibilities and the types of qualifications that is required for the mobility operator. But relatively, we expect it to be of higher wage than the traditional driver. So I would like to spend my last 2 slides discussing 2 cross-cutting issues. And first of all, the driver shortages. I already spent some time early on in this presentation discussing the expected outflow of drivers in the next 20 years. I put these numbers again on the screen just to emphasize the immense challenge the sector is facing. If we compare these numbers with the employment impacts of CAD that Wolfgang discussed with you in his presentation, we see that in the short to medium run, CAD is not going to solve the driver shortage. Contrary, to meet the expected increase in demand, specifically in freight transport in the short to medium run, emphasis should be put on extensive recruitment of new staff. And this brings us to a challenge which Wolfgang also already presented to you in the Q&A. The drivers that we are going to recruit now, specifically the young drivers, they will be recruited with the prospect that their job is going to change or eventually disappear within the next 15 to 20 years. So if we look at, and now I'm already stepping a bit ahead to the policy options, but if we look at steps to be taken on the short to medium term, well, of course, focus on recruitment, but on the middle to long term or long run, for the older workforce, we should make sure to design policy that is aimed at facilitating a natural outflow of the labor force, whereas for the younger workforce that we have recruited for a job that is expected to change within 15 to 20 years, we need to place emphasis on the importance of lifelong learning and making sure that, first of all, they are aware of the change their profession might face within the next 20 years. But second of that, that they are prepared so that they will be reskilled to new occupations within the sector. Wolfgang already also mentioned some of these, maybe more steward jobs or IT specific jobs that might be the outcome here when we talk about within the transport sector. On the second cross-cutting issues, this is on social inclusion. And just to make sure that we are all on the same page, we define social inclusion as the as improving the ability and opportunity for individuals or specific, say, disadvantaged groups to take part in society. And when we look at the effect that the introduction of CAD has, we consider this from both an employment as well as a consumer perspective. And from an employment perspective, we see that CAD has the potential to increase the accessibility of, for instance, the mobility operator profession for persons who, for instance, due to reduced mobility, are not able to control conventional vehicles. And this would be even more so when it is possible to control these vehicles remotely, so from a remote control center. From a consumer perspective, it is expected that the introduction of CAD, and more specifically level 5 vehicles, is expected to benefit persons with reduced mobility. You can think of elderly or disabled or people with no driver's license. In current situations, these groups are dependent on others, for instance, family, friends, governments, other providers. But with the introduction of CAD and specifically fully autonomous level 5 vehicles, they should be able to increase their mobility and traveling independence. And in turn, this could also enhance their possibilities of taking up jobs further away from home. Last, when making use of CAD vehicles becomes an affordable alternative to owning a conventional car, CAD might contribute to a more inclusive society, because sharing a vehicle and thus paying for the actual use of the vehicle rather than owning or buying a privately owned car, this is more economical, and this could provide easily accessible low-cost mobility for low-income people. But as I said, this is only the case when CAD becomes an affordable alternative to owning a conventional car, which is probably expected not before the very long run. So this concludes my presentation for now. Thank you for paying attention, and please feel free to contact me or ask any questions you have. Thank you.
Thanks, Niels. Well done. All clear. Thank you for providing an excellent overview of the social impacts. You have touched upon some very interesting topics, as already raised earlier. The driver shortage topic will hopefully be discussed and taken up. Feel free to the audience to raise your questions. We will happily deal with it, but not before we will have the opportunity to listen to Dr. Bekiaris. Angelos, welcome. Let me very shortly introduce Director General of HIT, the Hellenic Institute of Transport, part of CERT, the Center for Research and Technology, Hellas. We're very happy to have you on board. Always a pleasure. One final word on you, Angelos, having been a coordinator of Skillful and many other projects. We're looking forward to hearing from you, and the floor is all yours.
Thanks a lot, Gert. Let's go directly to the first slide, please. So next, please. Yes, well, actually, as we all understand, the autonomous systems introduction into the market is related to the greater economy, meaning that obviously things like development of economy or recession or the COVID that we have today can change very much what we expect that will happen in terms of jobs, better jobs, more or less related to autonomous vehicles, plus the market penetration. To be very clear, when you are a development economy and you have more planes on the air, more logistics on the road, more ships going around, you need more positions. So if you cut some because of automation, the impact is positive. But in a recession, it's totally different. Having that in mind, next slide, please. There are many theories what will happen in the social domain with the automated vehicles. One of these says that we are going to have job polarization. What does this mean? This means that we are going to have actually needs for more low-skilled jobs to serve the robots and high-skilled jobs to design and control the robots. And in the middle, we are going to have people like drivers, like instructors, like machine operators that are going to lose their job. So this is, and actually, this seems to be happening. There are data from the US that actually middle skill or occupations, office clerks, craft and trade workers, drivers, not yet, of course, because we don't have that on the road, but it will come, are getting less jobs, whereas at the low and the high end, we are having more. For example, in the area of the factories where automation has already happened. On the other hand, there is the idea that we are going to have later a centripetal rather than polarity effect, meaning that we are going to have eventually, when AI takes over, you will need more low end just to move robots around and do simple, very simple handling jobs, and middle workers, whereas the low and the high end might get a higher impact. So that might be the next step when AI takes over. Next, please. But on the other hand, when we go to specifically transport, we can say that at least 5% of the labor market in Europe is related to the transport industry. I would even say 10% if you take the whole logistics chain, but 5 is the minimum. On the other hand, as you heard also from the previous speaker, a big number of them are aging. 1/3 of the workers in transport are over 50, and transport, in many cases, in many professions, is not a priority job for many young people. So this means we are going to have a problem where automation might help. Then there is an issue of cross-country differences. In those countries where automation has actually been introduced and digitalization too, they are more ready for the next step, which is automation in transport. Whereas in states in Eastern Europe, in South Europe, where automation in the other sectors has not yet and digitalization taken place widely, there might be bigger problems for the workers to adapt to these technologies. Next, please. So, as you see from the World Maritime University quote I have here, one of the important things we have to remember is that it will not happen in a revolutionary way, but in an evolutionary way, which means that there will be probably sufficient time in order for the labor market to adapt itself. First of all, some people will be reskilled, and secondly, some people will simply select new jobs instead of the traditional ones. So the key here is that we need to keep our employment and improve it actually, to look not only on those jobs that are being limited, are being lost, but the new ones. Next, please. Yes, and Skillful actually Skillful project recognized 28 priority schemes and future scenarios on skills and jobs that will be needed due to automation and will create new working opportunities and wealth opportunities too. Next. Here are 2 examples. In the factory where you produce cars, you are not going to have in the future, of course, the manual work. Robots will take fully over. They have partly take over in lean production. Now you are going to have it even there, robots, but you are going to have virtual, not necessarily engineers, but middle-aged workers that can control the robots, control the production, and so on and so on. An even more complex example is driving instructors. If we are going to have autonomous vehicles, we are going to need less and less driving capabilities, but we need more and more mobility capabilities, because mobility as a service and many other trends require to get to know how to optimally move around. So they might become mobility instructors. Next. And here you can see an example of existing jobs that will be impacted by this trend, automation, then some that need upskilling, and some new ones that are coming. This is clear that there is a shift from one type of work to the other. Next. Obviously, here the issue is how ready is the market. From the side of the users, you heard a lot. There was a previous presentation about acceptance. And we can see that acceptance depends on the state, depends on the area. In Europe, is higher than the States for the moment, and even depends on whether you have actually been inside such a vehicle or not. We have seen so far in the project Drive to the Future, and we are seeing that gradually also in Show project, that people that actually experience an automated vehicle, level 3, level 4, they are as a mean more positive than before. From the other hand, there is great money to be gained. There are billions of sales, electronics gains. However, this is for the greater industry and society. How this is translated to the actual impact to the labor market is another issue. Next, please. And here we can say that it depends on the mode. There is a big discussion if we go to other modes, but if we stay only on road, then again, we can have some, let's say, scenarios of tomorrow, like platooning. In platooning, you might need less drivers of trucks, just one in front, and the others don't need a driver. Then you lose a few jobs. But when we go to total automated fleets, then you lose more jobs. Obviously, there is still someone in a control center that will be needed, at least for the foreseeable future, to control the fleet so that if anything happens, anything unusual, for example, there are no double lanes and the vehicle does not know what to do, needs to stop, and then someone takes over. But it will not be one by one, it will be one to many. So this means in the road sector, we are getting eventually to less jobs. Next. Here is something coming from Skillful, where we have from the one side today's mobility in a city, including logistics, the port and everything, and tomorrow's. And then you can see the change in the profession and the way it's being done. You can see the jobs that are not there on the logistics, on the packaging, on the fitting of goods to the logistic vehicles. You can also see, for example, that some other changes are happening. So probably we won't have police on the street for traffic, but traffic police can be sitting on the PC and actually telematically looking what we're doing and putting fines or controlling the fleet. Other people, goods will be transferred to drones. Still, there is an element, as you see in the city of the future, of controllers, but much less people on the street versus today. Next. And the issue is, how do we go from today there? So the issue is, let's suppose that there is a great benefit, billions to gain. And there are ways by which the people of today can be reskilled or they can be in new jobs. How do we go? We cannot go overnight. Therefore, Skillful has developed some business roles. One is the transport knowledge aggregators. This means you need to have knowledge about the new professions and the new skills required and how to teach them. If we wait for each university to develop this curriculum, it will take at least 10 years, maybe much more. Therefore, you need to have some big organizations, associations, big research institutes that will develop this curriculum and will deliver it to the training centers, whether they are vocational centers or university or any other. We need the training lifelong promoters, meaning that people, actually workers, will need to be retrained to the new ICT tools, to the new automation levels, etc. Somebody has to pay for it. And it's only natural that those that are gaining, for example, those that are selling electronics, car electronics, for example, are paying for the retraining and the lifelong training of their maintenance personnel, as an example, or production personnel. We need the transport training certifiers. What does this mean? This means that they need, we need to get a natural recognition. So if you are recognized as a drone operator in one city, you can be drone operator recognized maybe by an industrial league in another city, in another country. And the training infrastructure providers, meaning if I need to train people and I need an automated infrastructure, not everybody can have it. For example, a test track, then someone can have it and can provide it to the others. Next. Yes, collaborative passion arenas. We have this type of arenas in many software development parts. So we need to take that and apply it also between developers in the arena of the new AI and automation software. And last but not least, the old school social, let's say, network, meaning us in the States, within a neighborhood, the younger people to teach the older, the more skilled, the less skilled, so that they can use these automated services on their daily lives. At the end of the day, we need to train everybody, and this can only happen within a societal context. Next, please. So we are seeing a dramatically changing future training provision that can only happen through such models. And we need also to enhance and expand the training schemes, local and national to European, so that we have a mobility possibility between Europe to get where we need the jobs. It might be that the jobs are needed, for example, at some ports, at some airports, and then we have to shift jobs from one area to the other. Next. And this is in line with Horizon Europe. This is in line with the latest European policies, which speak about a European Green Deal, which means sustainable competitiveness. And this is related also to automation and to optimal use of resources. It speaks about the social pillar, where training, retraining, lifelong training is a must. And also a resilience to crisis. I just give you an example. A vehicle without driver is medically safe for the passengers because there is no driver and the driver. And the more we can have things without human intervention, the more it could be positive for such crisis. Next. So let me conclude that there is a very dynamic situation today. As I told you in the beginning, some people say more jobs will be lost than will be gained. And there is also the vice versa. Some people say the ones that will be jobs, the loss that will be lost will be in the middle area. Some others say yes, but tomorrow it will be in the low or the high end. We don't know. And it's also related to whether we are in the short, the medium, or the long term, and what is happening actually to the market. So adaptability and readiness is a must. We need to be ready because the future is very dynamic, especially because of the generic situation today. And with that, next please. I'd like to thank you, to conclude, and to be at your disposal for any questions or remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelos, for yet another excellent presentation. It's very much appreciated how you have connected the findings of the study with the work that you've been engaged in, the work that you carried out, indeed skillful, but so many others. You touched upon some very intriguing elements, the evolutionary versus the revolutionary approach in the labor market. This will certainly come back in the phased approach that we will discuss in policy options in the afternoon. Yeah, also the affected, the lost jobs, and the jobs that were up for upskilling, and then new jobs emerging. It very much contributes to sort of giving an insight in a CAD landscape that may be in the future. We all need that to be prepared. So it provides a very natural bridge to the afternoon discussion on solutions, what we should do, how to deal with the impacts. But for the moment, we also have an open floor discussion. And an open floor discussion is meant to activate also the audience a bit. We've been receiving questions, and again, our thanks for that. But in order to get discussion going, we would kindly ask the audience to engage in a poll. Just a little bit of a warming up question. There's two questions, and the first question is about freight and passenger transport, and how do you think the introduction of CAD will affect employment in both these subsectors? So please have a look, please have your vote, take some time to consider, and we will close the session in some 10 or 20 seconds. So more jobs will be lost in freight or more in passenger transport. There isn't a difference because both will be affected equally, or I don't know. Okay, I think people will have given this some thought. So can we see some responses, please? Okay, this is a pattern that looks familiar. It's also the result of the modeling, so I'm very happy that we have done some calibration here that seems to support our modeling exercise. But still, quite a number of people consider an equal effect, and that is something that we could discuss in a little bit. But let us have a look at the second question. Okay, this is specifically about a more diverse workforce. We've heard in the morning, earlier this presentations, the shortage of drivers, for example, in freight, but also in passenger transport, providing an opportunity to enter this profession. At the same time, we have seen also the skills changing from more physical or more from away from homework to something that may be able to be done remotely. So yes, more diverse workforce, including female workers. No, less diverse workforce. It will be the same, or I don't know. I think people will have made up their mind by now. So let's have a look at the answers. Okay, a very convincing yes for a more diverse workforce, but still 15% considering that it will be even less. Could be having to do with more IT, STEM type of work, skills required that we don't know, but that will be actually a very good point for discussion. So on that note, the floor is open. You can raise your questions in the chat box. We will also tap from the results from the questions that we just had. And let's have a look here. There is a first question from someone very dear to us, Yannis Gianellis. First of all, congratulations on your birthday. Second, you have a question on the scenario modeling, and this could be something for either Niels or Wolfgang. Let me read out your question. On scenario modeling, how can the scenarios contribute towards making low-cost mobility accessible for low-income people? So there's a link to what you said, Niels, but there's also a link to the scenarios. Between Niels, Wolfgang, please, up to you.
Shall I kick it off? And then
Sure.
After that, I let the expert do the talking. First of all, Yannis, congratulations with your birthday. Good to have you here again. And well, I think that with regards to the scenario modeling, or more specifically the rollout of CAD, I think the faster the rollout of CAD technologies, which is the case in, I think, scenarios 1 and 2, the faster you may expect manufacturers to focus on also building a market around more lower cost CAD vehicles, maybe the frugal type of cars. But I think Wolfgang might know more about this, so I would kindly ask him to provide his views on this.
Yeah, it's also a question with several answers. I would say we have it depends on several parameters. Yeah, so if we have one parameter is definitely the vehicles, the CAD vehicles will be more expensive because they have more technology. On the other hand, if we come closer into a sharing mode, then more people bear the cost. So that can be an argument in favor of low-cost mobility. And on the other hand, you extend the services. So you have, as I mentioned before, maybe shared services, shuttle buses in suburban areas. So this could be an argument again for higher costs. So it's you can find arguments for the different directions, and it's so it depends. I would say how you in the end implement. Yeah, if we then have more shared service in suburban areas and very equipped CAD vehicles, which with higher expensive technology, then we might not have low-cost mobility. The more you can still bundle, the better is to save the cost. And the third element, which I of course forgotten, is the driver. If you don't have the driver in the buses, of course, it's one important cost element which is reduced already. So there is a probability that in the end you get a lower cost mobility. That's, I would say, is the higher probability. I hope I have answered this.
All right, thanks guys. All clear. Let us take another question from the audience, from the floor. This is Till Ackerman, and he is questioning the fact that in our 4 scenarios, he's missing out a little bit on a real sustainable scenario. A sustainable scenario, which would mean fast uptake of driverless public transport, high increase in public transport and freight on rail. Driverless public transport will not be totally humanless, but will be on demand, cheaper and more comfortable, so that people do not need their cars anymore. Now that sounds like you, Wolfgang. Can you take that?
I give it a try. I mean, this is, I think, on purpose, I would say, because what we try to do is to isolate the impact of CAD introduction. So the purpose of the scenarios was not to elaborate the most sustainable scenario. It was to isolate the impact of CAD. So if we would think about the sustainable scenarios, then of course we would have more focus also on electric mobility. We would have a stronger focus maybe on modal shift to rail. So this is the clear focus of the project was on CAD introduction in road transport, and that's how the scenarios are designed. And they were not designed to be most sustainable.
Okay, thanks. Throughout the project, we've had numerous discussions on the scenarios, and indeed this has come up. But I think this is the approach we have taken throughout the project in defining the 4 scenarios. So thanks for that. Another question that came up is you've shown clear and explained also clearly the decline in employment in road transport. Freight transport, I must say. Why are the difference with passenger transport so considerable? You've touched upon it, but could you elaborate, please, a little bit?
The difference that we see is that in how the passenger and freight transport reacts to introduction of level 4 and level 5. That's one of the major differences, where we expect that with level 4 vehicles in freight transport already automation starts to become substantial. Yeah. And the level 4, of course, vehicles are arriving earlier at the market than level 5. So that's why we have a stronger diffusion into the vehicle fleet of both together level 4 and level 5. This happens in the freight transport. In passenger transport, we had only expected these strong impacts when level 5 vehicles are available, so that then really can run autonomous. And then we have robotaxis, and we have the bus shuttles that can drive autonomous. And only with these level 5 vehicles we expected the huge change and the automation. And this was also a discussion or a result of discussions with the stakeholders, so how we designed then the scenarios. So that was one of the major reasons. And then the other reason is, as Gerd mentioned there, I elaborated a little bit, is that we saw more compensating job in the passenger transport service. So the stewards, for instance, that accompany still some shared services or that are helping at the stations, at bus stations, and also the mobility operators, as explained by Niels. So these we saw more emerging in the passenger transport. That's why the compensation of new jobs versus the job losses of conventional jobs in the passenger service was more effective than in the freight part. I think these were the two major reasons.
Okay, thanks, Wolfgang. Angelos, this established nice connection to what you said earlier on the jobs lost and new emerging jobs and jobs that were staying there but needs reskilling. Could you maybe establish a connection there?
Yeah, if I might add something here. First, we should not forget the mixed use. So some same vehicles can be used for both people and freight, either temporal. So in the morning you transfer people, in the night you help with goods, but also at the same time with different compartments. That should take also into account as well. Today, one of the major stoppers for people, autonomous people mover, is the security, not the safety. So many people say, well, I need to see someone inside the vehicle, someone inside the bus, so that this person, if something happens, can support it. When we have tomorrow avatars and connection to the center, and you can see, for example, the center operator, then you would maybe be possible to get more acceptance also for the passenger. So I would say that it's more a temporal issue. First, we are going to see indeed autonomous driving in the domain of logistics, but eventually, if this is successful, we are going to see also that sometime more later coming to the passenger.
Well, thank you, Angelos. That makes interesting discussion points. It's something that we also need to consider, I think, when discussing policy options this afternoon. So thanks for that. I see a question for Niels here. Niels, this is on skills. You indicated skill changes for drivers. Also, the concept of the mobility operator was introduced, especially for level 4. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on the skills that would be required for a mobility operator?
Yes, so what I also told in my presentation is that if you compare the driver to the mobility operator, we see that the driver is actively maneuvering the vehicle, steering, etc., whereas the mobility operator is more in a monitoring and supervision role. He is maintaining supervision over the IT systems and also monitoring the environment to make sure that in case the automated system needs assistance or is failing, that he can take over the steering wheel. So it's a combination of more supervision skills, monitoring, combined with IT skills, and also being able to still take over the steering wheel, so still have driving skills in case the vehicle needs to do this.
Okay, Niels, thanks. All clear. Keep that thought. It may come back later. I see a question coming in from Koen Schrietkat. let me read out to you. It doesn't seem reasonable to extrapolate the introduction of platform stewards instead of drivers on metro platforms to the same introduction on bus platforms. The extra created value of playing a platform steward on a bus platform is far lower. Thus, this evolution cannot be taken as for granted. All right. Anyone feels comfortable on responding to Koen on this? I think that would be Wolfgang, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a question also on the scenario settings, and but we don't have a person here, so it's really difficult to answer. We see, as it was mentioned by Evangelos, it's a transition. Yeah, so things are. It's not a radical break with current scheme, but it's a transition, an evolutionary. And so over time, we probably will see very different approaches. And so depending on the level of the technology, and so then one region, it might be that you that you follow the path of stewards on shuttle buses, on automated buses. In other region, or other point of time, you follow the approach of stewards on the bus platforms. And as I said, over time it can differ. And then we have also the regional aspect. Yeah. Also, in some regions, the mayor or the public transport system operator might decide for the platforms, and others for working with stewards on the shuttle buses. So I think both is possible, and we will see an evolutionary process.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm a panelist later on for the discussion, and I actually have a comment about the stewardess, because I think that what it's very important is going to be to keep a social reality in mind, because at the end, the whole rationale of having automation in public transport is to save the cost of the driver. So you can use it perhaps in areas where public transport otherwise was not cost effective, like low demand areas or areas with poor accessibility. And then if you introduce the stewardess, then this would completely annulate the whole rationale from the public operator, from the public transport. So perhaps there would be a compensation of jobs with public transport, but I think that this stewardess still needs to be seen, because, as I said, the whole point of having automation in public buses, public operators, is to save the cost of the driver. Maybe the compensation would be towards maintenance of the infrastructure, because there would be needed to be painted more lines or to reduce, to eliminate obstacles. So I think it needs to be seen. I think it needs some reality check.
Okay, thanks. That's Laura, right, from Polis.
Sorry,
Responding.
Laura from Police. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, Laura, and thanks for stepping in and providing the additional explanation. Very happy to have so many experts on board today, and again, much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had some Q&A. Okay, there is room for one more. Let's say from Aslan. The goal of automation is also to increase road safety. So it's a twofold goal. Yeah, that's not really a question, but a remark, and rightfully so. I mean, connected automated driving has multiple benefits, stated at the very beginning also by Frank. Road safety is one of those. This study has focused on the social impacts, notably the employment and the other social impacts. But it's good to take note of the fact that that benefits go beyond these social impacts. On that note, we have one more presentation for this morning, and then we'll complete this morning's session on the impacts, and we'll move on to discussing what we should do about it, discussing policy options, and transition path towards a social roadmap. But please bear with us for this last presentation, which is done by Stefan Dreyer. He will present meeting societal needs, in an evolving CAD landscape. And the floor is all yours again, Stefan.
Thank you, Gert. So indeed, we thought that after this excellent presentation that we had this morning and the first overview of the impacts and the discussions we had, it would be good to make a bit a transition also towards the afternoon by looking at what has been done so far, where we stand, what has been done in the past, in particular regarding coordination or harmonization of research and innovation actions in Europe. So I wanted to present some of the results in some studies that we did in other projects. At Urtico, we have been coordinating a series of coordination support actions since 2013, which are focusing on supporting the alignment of research and innovation on CAD in Europe, and also for identifying harmonized approaches and push for the sharing of knowledge between the different stakeholders and the running projects. So one of the interesting studies we did in the CAD project in 2016 was to look at which themes or topics, roadmaps, but also projects and pilots are addressing across Europe. This was mainly aimed at being a sort of tool for the public authorities to help them in seeing where are their gaps today, where are the areas that they need to focus on, what are roadmaps missing, what do they need to address. An interesting result from what you can see here, so this study was carried out by Map Traffic Management and Rijkswaterstaat at that time in the frame of CAD. The results were split across, so first the roadmaps, which is the top rows, and then the pilot activities and research and innovation projects at the bottom. And these were classified according to different thematic areas corresponding to challenges that were studied. So the one highlighted in red here is the challenge area of user awareness, but as well driver training needs and more societal, let's say, aspects. And as we can see, they were not much addressed at that time. So the darker the green here, the higher the number of projects or roadmaps that are considering these topics or mentioning them. We see, of course, that the very important topics are the ones on the policy and regulations, the socioeconomic impacts, as well as safety validation. But yeah, let's say the user aspects and needs were not much addressed. The reason could be that it might be that these topics were a bit intangible or maybe explicitly included in these research and initiatives or roadmaps. In the next slides, the projects and roadmaps were as well classified according to the different, let's say, topics or subtopics. Here a bit more focusing on more concrete areas. And as well, what we can see here is that what really stands out is the policy and the regulation aspects, legislation and regulation, maybe certification, verification as well, and safety. But really driver training, societal impacts, and so on were very, very low represented at that time. If we look at the next slide, so luckily, so with the follow-up of this CAD project, the arcade project, which is currently running, we have started developing a knowledge base in order to gather what's all the information about all the research and innovation activities, and as well pilot initiatives that are running throughout Europe, but as well worldwide in different regions. The idea here was to have one place where all this information can be found, where also lists of projects can be found that are classified again according to these same thematic areas, to also use cases that are being studied, and also types of funding and where they are carried out at national level or at European level or beyond. And here the idea was to be able to identify gaps in research and innovation, see where we need to focus next. So this knowledge base, if you just click once more, it's currently available. You can visit it, and I really encourage everybody to use it as much as possible, and as well provide us feedback about missing information. And in particular, what we want to have is see if the projects are correctly classified. It's sometimes very difficult to find out what a running project or pilot is really working on from the descriptions or from public deliverables. So it's good to have here the direct feedback of those involved in the studies. Nevertheless, so far we have, from this slide, being able to identify more than 200 projects that we have today in this database. Some of them running back to the framework program 4, but we are really focusing on still running projects and ongoing projects. Here again, they have been classified according as well to the type of funding and the type of initiatives. So is it Horizon 2020 funding or more member state funded initiative? And what we see here is that at least the area of the users, so user acceptance, ethics aspects, and driver training, is slowly increasing. I mean, compared to what we saw before, we have now more projects dealing with these aspects with a stronger focus on the user acceptance mainly. But still, slowly, we are looking into the more broadly societal aspects and impacts. So at the moment, this is of the 17 out of the 12. And what is interesting to see as well is that there's an increase, in particular in the member states funded initiatives or launched initiatives. So this corresponds mainly to, let's say, local trials that are being set up, in particular with shuttles, where the user acceptance and also the citizens' feedback is considered more and more. So this is a very interesting development. On the next slide, as a summary of, let's say, the analysis that we did in CAD and this new trend analysis now, thanks to the project mapping in ARCADE, is that, I mean, human factors, user awareness and acceptance, as I mentioned at the beginning, were not that much addressed so far in research and innovation projects and pilots, as well as in roadmaps. Bits more in roadmaps than projects, actually. Which means indeed that they were maybe not well assigned, or there were no dedicated projects to that before. The socioeconomic impact assessments was primarily done to look at safety aspects, network efficiency, driver and travel behavior, and the economic impact. So in particular, what are the costs also for infrastructure deployments and development. The challenges that were identified, in particular on these fields on user awareness and acceptance, and as well as socioeconomic impact, were related to the fact that there was a lack of real field tests on the public roads with regular users. There are simulations, but they are definitely insufficient for all indirect or long-term impacts, which includes the impacts on the workforce. As we have seen, it takes a long time to impact the workforce, and we therefore need to have long-term analysis and studies like the one we did now on this particular effects on employment. For the users, the projects have been primarily looking at acceptance, privacy, liability, and ethical aspects, but not so much on the social impacts. As I mentioned as well, now we see slowly an increasing focus on the awareness, but as well the impacts assessment, in particular with the local pilots. There's an extension expected for research and innovation towards the societal needs and risk analysis. The graph on the bottom right is also still an analysis that was done in CAD, where the different actions, pilots, and roadmaps have been analyzed according to the type of actions that the roadmaps on the project consider. So is it more on stimulating development, knowledge-based building, developing guidelines and strategies, or on this societal outreach? And they have been classified according to if this initiative is done at European level, national, or regional. So what we see is, of course, there have been a strong, at that time, focus on more the stimulating the development and the knowledge building driven by European and central national organizations. However, we expect now that there will be a shift towards the bottom right for the focus, as we expect that more and more regional and local initiatives will look more into systems and societal outreach. A very important aspect, as I mentioned, was the lack of trials and field tests. We have mentioned so far the importance of involving the citizens. This was pointed out in particular by Amandine as well from the Joint Research Center. And we have been working as well in these projects together with one organization, Mission Publique, which is a French organization organizing citizens' debates, because we think it's extremely important here to have the views from the users. I mean, not only, let's say broadly, all the citizens. Citizens are here not only the users of the systems, but they are the ones who are really affected by all the changes that we create with technology in the mobility sector. So it's important to listen to their fears and to their needs. As this series of citizen debates organized by Mission Publique has shown, the sentiment of fear is valid across many countries and different regions. So we see it's one of the primary fears to have this job displacement or job losses following automation. For example, on the French dialogue, this comes even before the environmental aspects. On the next slide, then after looking at the citizen fears, we need to understand what the citizens want. And this is where the importance of having these dialogues has to be highlighted. In the studies that Mission Publique carried out, so I thank them here for sharing some of the results of their recent debates. So the recommendations from the citizens themselves to the national and local authorities was there's a need to prepare the future of mobility, and citizens insist in particular on the anticipation of the impacts on the labor market. The future must be prepared with all the concerned stakeholders so that the conditions of a deployment that will not have negative impacts on people is ensured. More than 50% of the participants in the French pilot debate would like public authorities actually really to plan ahead for training programs for all the impacted jobs, as well as for the jobs that will appear with driverless mobility. For that, I would also like to take the opportunity to invite you to participate in one session that we will organize on the topics of the citizens and citizen needs and requirements regarding the deployment of automated driving during the upcoming virtual ITS European Congress that will take place on the 9th and 10th November 2020, organized by Artico ITS Europe. Due to the COVID situation, the ITS Congress, which is normally taking place physically, will be organized virtually. So please stay tuned for the exact date and time of this session, where we will have representatives from authorities, from cities organizing these debates to see a bit what they learned and how they want to use these results. For my last slide before the lunch break, I just like to highlight again something that we already mentioned, which is the living labs aspects. So this is taken from a report from the Joint Research Center, very interesting report that was published in 2019. So it's called The Future of Road Transport, and which details a bit here how the living labs can be used as to foster these innovative mobility solutions. So it's really a complete ecosystem that I think is essential here. It's really having on one side not only the places where you can trial the automated driving solutions, but also where you can have some legislative sandboxes or places where you can try locally with some policy changes, with getting the feedback from the citizens, see how they react. So putting all the ecosystems together in order to, with a one ultimate goal, to improve the government. So I really think this idea is one very important aspect, and this is also what we took over in the CCAM partnership when we developed the strategic research and innovation agenda. So Ingrid this afternoon will explain this a bit. So with that, I think we can close the morning session. Thank you very much for all your participations, for all the questions that you raised, and thank you as well to the speakers this morning. We will continue at 2 o'clock, and I hope to see you all there again for the second part of the discussion, which will focus this time on the policy options. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation this morning. For those who are just joining for the afternoon session, my name is Geert Smit, working at Agorus. Stefan Dreyer of Vertigo and I are jointly moderating today, including this afternoon session. All right, so mentioned this morning, we have had an action-packed morning session focused on the employment impacts and the other social impacts. And this afternoon, we'll shift our attention to solutions, what we need to do about these impacts, how to enhance the positive, mitigate the negative effects. So that should be good. Please allow me to briefly recap this morning session. Okay, what we have seen, and I'll just quickly summarize, we have seen some impacts in terms of employment. We've seen reductions of the demand for the driver profession, notably in freight, in the long term. We also see that other jobs in the transport sector will not change that significantly, providing a stabilizing force. At the same time, we have seen job growth in other areas. That could be in newly created jobs, but in addition, in manufacturing, construction, and other services, we will also see a job growth. We believe that the net effect will be negative in terms of demand for jobs as a result of CAD deployment, yet it will also provide opportunities. We've seen changing skill requirements that's been discussed extensively, notably in the context of driver shortage. That is also related to some other socioeconomic characteristics that we have discussed, for example, on aging population, and also that coming with the need to attract new workers to the sector. And that would then also possibly provide an opportunity for a more diverse workforce. Now, these are all elements that sort of shout out or call for action, for policy measures. So that's what we will be discussing. Okay, on the second slide, we see a little bit of our approach towards the study, our framework that we followed from the start. This framework, and please allow me to spend just a few words on it. It is started or triggered by the trend of automation in connected and automated driving in the road transport sector. And then it has its impacts that we've discussed this morning. Now, these impacts, they lead to challenge and opportunities in the road transport sector. And we have looked at these challenges and opportunities, and we have taken transition process therein as sort of a central binding element. So we have distinguished between the preparation for transition, managing transition, and also facilitating transitions, while at the same time also considering contextual drivers, such as also discussed and touched upon this morning, the European Green Deal. Now, these challenges, they will come with the solutions, the policy options, what we should do about it. And there we have, again, created a number of areas. As you can see in this overview, this goes from creating awareness to building a competent workforce, to training and education, but also coming up with a new social contract, as well as adjusting relevant legislation. In our report, we have come up with a set of policy options, and Michael Blickenschild, our colleague, will go into those details. We will go into that in a bit more detail the next presentation. On the next slide, we introduced the concept of a social roadmap, because what we've done, we have looked at these policy options, and we have tried to make that more operational in terms of who is to be involved in implementing these policy options and when should it be done, and as such come up with a phased approach. And knowing that these policy options are interrelated, we have put them together and brought it forward as a process towards developing a social roadmap. Now, when developing a social roadmap, it's important to consider a number of guiding principles, as put in this slide. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, we need to take stock of the fact that these policy options are interrelated when we are creating awareness. We also have to consider, or that is closely linked to building up a knowledge base. So these various policy options that we have included are interrelated and as such should be approached in an integrated way. But they are also related to a broader policy field, such as just mentioned, European Green Deal or shared mobility or other elements. So in order to do that properly, an integrated and holistic approach is to be applied. That also goes for a dynamic approach. A dynamic approach refers to the fact that all policy options should be placed in a time frame and have a sort of logical order. So, for example, when it comes to reviewing legislation and adjusting legislation, that should pave the way for a bigger deployment or an outroll of CAD. Dynamic could also mean situational, that certain measures are more applicable in certain member states at a certain period than others. This also relates to the front runners as introduced by Wolfgang earlier this morning. Then we have stakeholder commitment. Any kind of approach towards a social roadmap needs to rely on close collaboration between stakeholders involved. Therefore, whether it's the workers or the companies, the social partners, or the industry, or the competent authorities, that needs to collaborate together in close harmony. And therefore, this is an important precondition. Finally, existing initiatives and lessons learned. As mentioned earlier, there has been a lot of initiatives taken, for example, setting up the CAM platform, about which Ingrid will tell us more after Michael's presentation. There's a lot of research carried out. We should learn from that and take that as a point of departure in developing any kind of social roadmap. So having said so, let's focus a little bit more on the policy options. I'm very happy and pleased to introduce my colleague Michael Flickenschild. Michael is consultant at Acorus, and he has played a key role in coordinating this project, as those involved may would agree to. So Michael, good luck in presenting the policy options and in discussing those afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Gert. Thank you, Gert, for this introduction, and thank you for recapping a little bit what we heard in the morning session. Indeed, my presentation will focus on the policy options and that we have developed as part of this 16-month study. So in my presentation, I would like to cover a few topics. I would like first to introduce a little bit more the framework that we used, as well as how we group these or connect these policy options with the challenges and opportunities that were identified. I would then also touch upon the why, and this is a bit of a recap of the morning as well. So why there's need to act. Then also the who, so who should act, and finally the when, the timing is an important aspect, as well as then finally to the point that I think you all have been waiting for, the actual policy action, so the what to do. So yeah, in my first slide here, you can see the 3 topics of preparing, facilitating, and managing the transition. We use these to, on the one hand, frame challenges and opportunities and connect them to policy options. On the other hand, they also link quite well with the timeline and the intensity of impact. So we see from low impacts of CAD to the high impacts from 2020 to 2050. And so what do we mean when we talk about preparing for transition? When we talk about preparing for transition, we mean to improve our understanding as well as the awareness of the issues at stake, such as the impacts that were identified already, but also some other impacts that might still reveal themselves, as well as to link them also with contextual challenges as COVID-19 or the climate change. When talking about facilitating transition, we're talking about putting catalysts into place to support the transition and to support a smooth transition. So based on the preparation done, one can set up dialogues and prepare an enabling regulatory framework, as well as other collaboration mechanisms that allow stakeholders to engage and interact and come together for a smooth transition towards automation in road transport. The final aspect that we use to group these policy options is the managing of the transition. So this is actually then when we have to react and to find effective measures to address the challenges and the opportunities. So there will be, as we have seen in the morning, there will be certain impacts, changing the vehicle fleets, changing employment, and policymakers as well as the social partners in industry and workers need to be ready to react and to address these challenges. And there's of course also some proactive measures as making, like for example, towards making the sector more diverse and attracting a more diverse workforce, as well as the aforementioned need for more sustainable mobility solutions. So this is a bit of an introduction of where we come from. Now to talk a little bit about the why. So this is, as I said, a bit of a recap of what we learned in the morning, as we here connect the impacts with certain challenges and opportunities to establish forward-looking policy measures. So I put on this slide 5 different challenges and opportunities. Of course, there are a few more than these 5, but those are, I would say, the most prevalent ones and the most important ones to address. So foremost, of course, the imbalances in labor demand and supply that we have indicated. So we're changing from a current driver shortage to a potential oversupply in the future, as well as to requiring also experts in different other fields. Then within certain professions, of course, there's also a change in skill requirements. One example here again is the driver turning to a mobility operator, as well as also introducing the need for onboard stewards in certain situations. As a third challenge opportunity, or in this case an opportunity, there's the possibility to improve work conditions. On the one hand by raising salaries, but also making work less physical demanding and working hours more flexible. So one could make use of this opportunity to attract more workers and make in general road transport a more attractive profession. Then fourth, there's of course what we pointed out already, the risk to that the number of vehicles increases, especially in some of the scenarios that we looked at, and which could lead to congestions in urban areas, which might be a problem and it might need to be addressed to steer future road transport into the right direction, to a sustainable direction. And finally, of course, we should mention the potential for social strife or the risk of social strife, with workers being displaced and therefore being displaced and having to look for different occupations and therefore being affected quite negatively. Now, in addition to these 5 challenges and opportunities that come directly from CAD, there are of course also contextual challenges, so challenges that already exist, such as Frank Smith pointed out this morning quite rightfully, the climate change, but also the current ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which both will affect transport behavior and affect our transport policies, and therefore will also affect how we will manage our future road transport. Now, after having discussed a little bit on the why we need to act, and now the question who needs to act. And of course, this cannot be something that the sector alone can do. We see this as addressing these challenges and opportunities as a joint responsibility. So there are contributions from social partners, contributions from the European institutions, but also from the member states, as well as from other stakeholders such as research and training institutes. For each of these, there's different responsibilities and actions they can take up. So for example, talking about social partners, we see there's the possibility of them being engaged in setting up a collaborative platform on social impacts to engage in a dialogue on a future transition strategy, as well as of being proactive in targeting a more diverse workforce. and other measures. And on the other hand, for example, for the European institutions, of course, very important will be reviewing relevant legislations in the social area and seeing if there needs to be made any changes with the ongoing automation. Furthermore, of course, the European institution will be very crucial. European institutions like the Commission will be very crucial in funding research and thereby also steering the research in the right direction, as well as in supporting the setup of living labs as presented by the JRC. For member states, of course, similar here, they will also need to review their legislations and can also support through national funding research. But they can also, when thinking about the local authorities, really make a change or make an impact in directing how we see future transport, how we see future mobility, and limit traffic growth in cities by promoting public transport solutions or shared mobility. Finally, the other stakeholders, so here will be very important, the training institute and the research community in adapting existing curricula for workers in road transport, but also developing approaches for lifelong learning, as well as implementing the studies that were funded by the European Commission or funded by member states. So, of course, we also, similar to also what Angelos Beccas already pointed out in his presentation, and we see this as an evolutionary change towards automation. So it's a gradual process, which also requires a phased approach in terms of policy options. So, as I also indicated in my first slide, these three frames of preparing for transition, facilitating transition, and managing transition follows on different time frames. So there's a short term up to 2025, the medium term up to 2035, and then the long term up to 2050. And each of these have different areas that need attention. I won't go into detail here because I will also present them later on. But for example, in the short term, of course, there's the need to raise awareness, initiate studies, and setting up living labs. While in the medium term, we talk about collaborating on social impacts and finding joint transition strategy, reviewing and potentially adapting legislation, and also adapting curricula or preparing lifelong learning approaches. Finally, in the long term, it will be the actual reactive measures towards the direct impacts of CAD, so monitoring labor market changes and skill changes, and then using policy measures to react to these, as well as to provide support, for example, through funding for just transition for workers that might be displaced. So, after having run through all these, the who should act, the why we need to act, and the timing, I would like to go now a little bit more into detail for each of these time frames, for the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So we looked at in our study at the various policy measures and options that one should consider to implement, and made some suggestions. And in each of these slides, I will shortly outline a few of the more prevalent and important ones. So in the short term, it will be important and crucial to understand the issues at stake and raise awareness among affected stakeholders. So one policy measure that is already mentioned throughout this day is, of course, living labs. So one should consider supporting the setup of such a network of living labs, but also focus them on employment and social impact to gather information from these practical experiences, all about changing work environments for workers in road transport. Furthermore, as mentioned previously, the European Commission and member states should initiate targeted studies to further the understanding on CAD-related employment and social impacts, and also to assess the effects on social legislations at European level and at national level. Then as a third policy option here, I would like to point out the need to raise awareness once these impacts are better known. So here, for example, social partners could engage with stakeholders involved, so transport companies, workers, authorities, but also society as a whole, to pinpoint and to point out what these impacts are and raise awareness on them so people are aware of the upcoming changes and do not get surprised by them. Then as a final policy option I would like to highlight on the short term, I think it will be very important, or we think that it will be very important that there's a collaboration mechanism. Already the CCM platform exists, of course, and we will hear more about it in the next presentation. But this could be also extended to more to discuss also more, include more discussion on the social impacts, and have a platform where social partners can engage and discuss the future of connected urban driving and of road transport that is facing a transition towards automation. Now on my next slide, we're focusing on the medium term, so after 2025 and up to 2035. So if policy measures have been taken in the short term, then we have increased clarity and awareness on the issues at stake and the impacts. And it will be now important to lay the groundwork and facilitate the process through making use of social dialogue, preparing and enabling the regulatory framework, and also having funding possibilities at the ready and being usable. So here we're talking about running the collaboration platform on social impacts with the aim to create a joint transition strategy that both companies and workers can agree on. Also to agree on funding needs for the transition, what will be needed. Will there be certain regions that might be affected, or will there need to be funding at the ready to support these? And also for potential training and retraining of workers that might need to find new occupations. There could also be the possibility under this platform to establish actually a framework agreement on automation between social partners. Here we have seen similar already been happening with a framework agreement on telework, which sets out a bit of the rules of engagement of when introducing automation in a company, and which would give a certain certainty not only to workers but also the companies themselves what they can expect. Then as a second point here, of course, when after mapping and analyzing the impacts, it will be then important to review and potentially adapt social legislation at the EU and member state level that might be affected by automation. So we're talking here, of course, about driving and rest time rules, but also legislation linked to skill requirements like such as driving licenses. Now, final point for the medium term I would like to raise is then, of course, to find ways to provide funding for this established transition strategy, to manage the transition and to have funding ready. And here one could introduce a new funding mechanism, but could also make use of existing ones, such, for example, the Just Transition mechanism as used for the transition towards a low carbon economy. Of course, this will need to be linked, but one aspect, for example, where one could do that is linking connecting automated driving through electromobility also to the Just Transition mechanism. Then in the long term, all the groundwork will be set, hopefully, of course, but it will then become crucial to actually manage and steer the vehicle of road transport through the transition towards a fair and equitable way that help addressing the labor market imbalances, skill needs, as well as improve working conditions and support displaced workers. So this will be when actually the impacts will be felt most directly and when the most active measures have to be taken and also reactive measures have to be in place. So one important aspect is here to be aware and to be knowledgeable about what is happening. So we would propose an observatory on employment and social impacts that can actively monitor the transport labor market. So focus on road transport, but also, of course, it could be also for the whole transport labor market, which would allow policymakers, but also social partners to be aware of these changes, these impacts in time, and to be able to react and prepare. Then, of course, by then there's hopefully some ideas for improving lifelong learning approaches through in-company training, through reverse monitoring and other means, or simply through using the already existing periodic trainings for drivers to allow workers in road transport to adapt to a changing work environment, or to allow drivers, for example, to slowly take up new responsibilities and turn into mobility operators, or once there's full automation, maybe turn towards new occupation within the transport labor force. Then as a third policy option here, there might be the potential or the risk of spatial mismatch through regional manufacturing patterns changing. What we have seen is that there are certain clusters in the EU, of course, that are focusing on automobile manufacturing, and there might be the risk that some of these might consolidate into fewer clusters. So there might be some regions negatively affected by the transition, similar as we have already seen happening with other transitions, such, for example, they move away from coal, so mining regions being negatively affected and having to be supported through transition mechanism by the European Commission, by member states. The final policy option I want to highlight here, which is placed here in the long term, but of course could also be something, or should also be something that we start thinking about right now, is how to limit traffic growth and how to work towards sustainable transport. So there might be the risk of excessive burn in urban areas. So policies might need to restrict the access, or might need to promote public transport and shared mobility solutions, so we have a sustainable future for road transport. Now, in my final slide, I would like to round up my presentation by getting back to actually, because we right now right into the future and the long term, many actions that might need to be considered now, but will only be really taken right in the future. I would like to get back a little bit more to what are the next steps. So I think first and foremost, it's important to engage in a dialogue in the sector with the aim to work towards a social roadmap for CAD that operationalizes the transition process and really engages with the different actors and includes all of them in these discussions to find the different aspects that are important, the different impacts that will be felt, and be ready for it. In terms of short-term preparatory actions, these can of course already be taken and already have been taken. For example, in research, this study that we're presenting right now, of course, prepares by analyzing these impacts, but also other things like reviewing legislations and preparing future curricula of future mobility operators can already be started in the coming years. And then at the same time, of course, we are focusing here now on the impacts of CAD and policy option to address these, but there's of course also other challenges currently affecting road transport, and these need to be continually addressed. So some were already mentioned in the morning, such as the driver shortage and also gender equality, where policies need to continue to address these issues, but also, as mentioned, climate change and making roads transport more sustainable. In conclusion, I would like to round up by saying that a key success factor for the transition will be cooperation and dialogue between industry, transport workers, authorities, and transport users, supported and guided by policymakers at the EU, but also national level, working together towards a fair and equitable transition. Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. So back to you, Fred.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Thanks for a very nice presentation. Cooperation and dialogue, indeed. That's what we are engaged in now, and indeed crucial towards development of any kind of a social roadmap. You mentioned a number of aspects. You mentioned the various policy options. You also linked them to, you brought in the responsibility of various stakeholders, such as social partners, as well as the Commission, member states, and potentially other stakeholders. Interesting. Again, cooperation needed. You brought in the phasing element that would help in establishing a social roadmap. Now, one of the policy options obviously was the building up knowledge base, and for that we would need a research and information need, an assessment of the research and information needs, as well as a clear agenda for research and innovation. Now, we are in a fortunate situation that Ingrid Skopsmo from VTI happens to be an expert in that area, having worked on that already quite a bit, isn't it, Ingrid? Ingrid, a few words. You've been in the automotive industry for over 25 years, working amongst others for Volvo and Ford, and have been involved in a broad range of supporting actions for the Commission, and that includes CCAM. So we would very much be interested to hear from you on the R&I agenda or on the R&I needs. And while doing so, please bring us up to date a little bit on the latest on CCAM. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a privilege for me. So I will share with you about the CCAM partnership perspective. And CCAM, as I'm sure you know, is cooperative, connected, and automated mobility. So we can go to the next slide. This is a slide that I stole from the Commission, and this is what has been communicated as one idea of what the CCAM could contribute to transport, to make it safer, to make it greener, to make it more accessible, and to really provide mobility access for all. I think this is in line with the equity aspect that was just mentioned. But having said that this is the target, there is still a number of challenges, of course, that need to be addressed. You spoke about some before, but here are others. I don't want to go into depth on those, but I just wanted to show that there is a lot of challenges, and you see that it has to, the third bullet there, the connected and automated vehicles or solutions, they need to be integrated in the broader transport system, and there we need acceptance and trust. So we can move to the next slide, but this is just to show what the Commission, a couple of ideas from the Commission, and in order to match that, to sort of provide some solutions that can help us get to those, realize those expectations. There is a formation going on of something that is called the European Partnership under Horizon Europe for Connected, Cooperative and Automated Mobility, the CAM partnership, I will call it in the presentation here. The idea is to work together towards to enable Europe to take a leading role in safe and sustainable road transport with the help of automation. And I think this is critical, that the goal is really the safe and sustainable road transport, not the automation per se. And the vision you can see here of this CAM partnership is very well matching what the Commission has in mind that CAM should provide. So it is benefits for all citizens in safety, environment, inclusiveness, and also competitiveness. And as you can see, since this deals with employment, ensuring long-term growth and jobs. Next slide. So who is involved in all this? Well, you can see on the left side in the circle a lot of or 6 different types of stakeholders, if you group them. Industry, research, regulatory bodies, representative bodies. Those are the umbrella organizations typically for industry and for other users and others. Mobility and logistics services, and public authorities and road operators. And industry is not just the auto industry, it's obviously also the telcos, but several other different industry actors, insurance. Well, you see, if you want to dig deeper into this, you can look on the right-hand side of this slide, but it is not so big, but you can see there are lots of many stakeholders that are listed here. And this was just in June. There are many more that have been added. So this is the stakeholder community that now together works on the development of this partnership. The next slide, as you showed here, is a little bit more getting into what shall be done then. Well, the Commission requires that every partnership that they will approve will need to work out of a strategic research and innovation agenda. And thus we are working on one of those for this partnership. And we do that in 7 different areas, which we call clusters. And you can see that the hub of this all is large-scale demonstrations, because the idea is that it is really by getting on the road and having having something to look at, feel at, work with, that is real, that is essential to get ahead in the CAM deployment. But you also then see others like key enabling technologies, vehicle technologies like sensors or well, sensors and other HMI is one example here as well, human machine interfaces. You see validation. It is really essential to be able to prove that these vehicles will be safe and that they work under certain conditions, and under which conditions, that also is a part of validation. To integrate the vehicles in the transport system, it is not likely that we can have a standalone CCAM traffic that just moves around and it doesn't have to interact with, for example, pedestrians or bicyclists or non-automated vehicles for that matter. And all around all of this is what you have been discussing earlier today, and also the Michael before me stressed a little bit the user needs and the societal aspects. That just has to be in everything that is being done in this CCAM partnership. We really have to take into account the societal aspects and the user needs. Otherwise, this will not be. We cannot reach the targets that we aim for with CCAM in the society. And also, of course, it is necessary to coordinate this in a good way. So those are the 7 clusters. And I have had the privilege of leading the work for the 6th cluster, which is this one then, the one of societal aspects and user needs. And what we are doing here is now defining different actions. And within this particular cluster, we have said that it is essential to be able to assess the impact of CCAM and its deployment, socioeconomic, environmental, and this is in a very, very broad sense. So here is obviously employment consequences and factors, one important aspect. Then we have to understand the societal needs. This includes citizens, users, but also municipalities or other societal needs. And we have the workforce development. We had in the earlier presentation several aspects of that, and I will get back a little bit more on these things. But I also wanted to show that there are also employment aspects discussed in other clusters. I mean, fleet and traffic management will have a consequence on working conditions, for example. So that in cluster 4 there, that is one thing that where employment can be discussed. Vehicle technologies, well, obviously, if we have human-machine interfaces that allow a certain degree of interaction or multitasking or something, that can have an influence also on, for example, professional drivers and their situation. So it is not that workforce development is isolated in one cluster, it sort of goes through several of them. Next slide. Next. Let's see what. Yeah, go back again. Yes, I just wanted to show you a little bit of what we do in more detail, put into this social aspects and users. But I really wanted to show that the idea is, if you look at the 3rd bullet here, it is not just to make damage control, that once CCAM is happening, that, it shall not be worse. We shall not increase the number of accidents. No, but it's really also to use the policy that that what we want to achieve, to use the societal targets as the driving force to tell the CCAM developing community that this is what it has to meet. This is how good it has to be. It has to be cheap like this, because otherwise we will not have a good penetration in the market, and therefore we will not reach the desired effects, for example. Yes, and also the 2 last points here look into workforce, the impact of workforce on the automation, and I think that has been discussed before today, but also I think the competence requirements, that is not just on those that have to move maybe from a more motorized job to a more automatic driving, for example, but it's also on the side of those who order a deployment. If a community, for example, wants to make use of CCAM, they have to be able to tell and articulate their needs. So there is a degree of competence in the decision-making layer and the planning layer to be able to figure out how can CCAM really be a contribution, not just something you want to have because you want to show off that you are innovative, but really how can it contribute, and therefore what type of requirements do you as a decision maker impose on the CCAM development and deployment. Next slide. So really what the workforce development in CCAM platform is about, it's sort of a look into CCAM and how can it, if we want to have on the one side job creation and new professions, and on the other side we fear job loss and vanishing professions. So which R&I needs does this give us? You have, of course, a state of the art, a situation where we have some ideas of how this shall happen. I should say, though, that this idea of that we shall create a lot of jobs, that we have a lot of new professions, that appears to be much, much less supported by some substantial knowledge, maybe more wishful thinking compared to the job loss and vanishing profession research. Next slide. State of the art typically is that this field of workforce development and CCAM is being researched. We see lots of or some research at least on transport, on the effects on the transportation labor force, on drivers, for example, on the future working conditions, on the skill requirements, and also training needs, driver curricula. What is not so often considered is the indirect direct effects. What does this do to society? As was mentioned before, what is the effect of maybe obsolete type of knowledge that that cannot be transferred into something that is useful in the CCAM context. Freight is also very seldom discussed when it comes to several of these factors. It's more the driver, the individual car driver typically. So this is something to consider as well. Next slide. So the gaps are to look into potential labor aspects, the implications and the impacts on the workforce. And this is not just only of the vehicles themselves, but when they are integrated into the entire mobility system. As I said, there is a gap in terms of lack of substance that supports this idea that there should be a lot of jobs created. So the realization of that wish needs possibly more substance behind it and some support. The demand side, as I mentioned, the decision makers, the planners, in very many cases lack sufficient knowledge so that they can say what are their requirements on the CAM solutions, on the offers, on the deployment, so they can meet their societal objectives instead of more or less doing, as in some cases today, it's risk analysis so it doesn't get worse. Instead, how good can it get if we really get what we want? So I would argue that society isn't yet prepared to accept the transition to CCAM-enabled mobility unless we take action and act upon several of these gaps. Next slide. So what we need to address really is the full value chain of competence, also looking into education early on, and to decision makers, to also look organizational consequences, to look at labor, education, and to define and assess so that we can define and assess the opportunities to meet the expectations of job growth. And of course, then also not only look at personal cars, but also into freight transport. Next slide. Yeah, this is more detail. What we will do. This is work in progress, and these are then potential activities where we will look, for example, at impacts on the future workforce. As I said, the indirect, direct impacts, and the opportunities to meet the expectations. Those are potential activities that will be included in a future research topic. Next slide. Also to analyze requirements, define policies, as I said, and consider both individuals and organizations that are involved in transport management, in policy making, planning, procurement, decision making, in addition to those that are more directly involved in the transport itself. And have good tools for that, of course. And the next steps with the CCAM partnership, you can take next slide. Yes, thank you. It is that this is not yet set or signed or anything. You saw that a lot of stakeholders. We are now discussing what are the statutes, what should what is the formalities, how will this be governed, how do we take on new partners, because this will be a very open partnership where you can add on later on. So these are in the works right now. And as I said, the strategic research and innovation agenda, we have made one iteration and we are still going, it will be further developed. There is feedback coming from the Commission that needs to be taken care of. Member states also have a say in this. And there is a proposal for work program topics for the next 2 years that is now out for consultation. I have to say, though, that the workforce development is currently not in the CCAM partnership part of this work program. It will probably come in 2023 instead, or 24. But anyway, this is what we're doing next. And with that, I would like to thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ingrid. Very interesting again. Thanks so much. So CCAM, how do we look at it? Is it risk mitigation purely, or should we look at this as an enabler to meeting policy objectives? Some considerations. On that note, Stefan, shall I pass on to you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gerd. So, yeah, we have 10 minutes again for question and answers on the last two presentations, the one from Michael and Ingrid. So please post your questions in the question windows. I don't know if we have some already. Otherwise, while maybe to warm up the audience and we're waiting for questions to come in, I can maybe start with one question directly for Ingrid, the presenter. So thanks from my side for this quite good overview as well on what the CCAM partnership is working on and the priorities we have considered. I think it's very important indeed that we need to look at the broader picture, considering really the full value chain of all the competences. And I was wondering if in the actions that you are looking into, do you consider now that the priority would be more to look into further research to understand the impacts, or is it more about coordination as well to make sure that all the actors in this value chain are included and discuss together about the best options?
Yes, I think you are entirely right. That is very critical that you have all stakeholders involved that can have a say in this, how in the deployment, but and especially then the deployment side. It has been kind of a technology push for a while, and ideally there it is possible to have a rather a pull for the CCAM, and I think that that may require some tools or methods, or in addition to dialogue. But of course, you need to talk. And if we create something, we cannot do that just as an isolated research activity. We have to also do that in collaboration with the stakeholders. So some co-creative research, whatever the term, the real proper term is for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, thanks. I agree. In the meantime, we have one questions that came in from Till Ackerman. Guess that's maybe more for Michael to be. So as long as we talk about private cars and normal people being today driver, the transition will be made without additional learning. So in other fields, whether there are paid drivers, the economical aspects will lead to driverless solutions. In public transport, there will be some customer stewards and some supervisors. Why do you expect new skills for drivers?
Yes, thank you for that question. I will try to answer it as much as possible, though it also relates to, of course, Niels' presentation on the skill aspects. But yeah, in our report, we also cover the aspect of actually robotaxis, robobuses, so vehicles that do not need a driver. So, of course, this is, as we stated, a gradual process, and we see that this will not be something that happens immediately. So there will be a process where drivers need to adapt to new skills. And still will be in the vehicle, maybe want to do driving the full time, or maybe need just to react to certain situation. But at some point, yeah, I agree. There will be fields where we won't see any drivers, or if any, we see maybe onboard stewards that just check for safety and security. And then, yeah, then we will need to find ways to find new occupations for these drivers that might be displaced. And I think also the impacts that Wolfgang presented also show this process, especially for freight transport, where we see the amount of drivers dropping considerably after 2035, because many of these trucks won't need a driver anymore. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Any other question?
I could add to that skills question also. Now this is maybe public transport that you refer to, but for professional drivers in the freight sector, obviously the idea is probably that they can do a lot of other things while they are on the fully automated mode. And I think these new skills, there may be new skills that need to be developed to handle that, and also maybe not new skills, but how do you maintain skills if you very seldom get into situations where you need to a critical situation will need some training maybe, and some idea of how to handle it. And if that sort of never happens because you are in an automated mode, how do you maintain skills? So I think that is sort of also
Yes,
also an aspect of that.
Yeah, that's a good point indeed. I think it's also how it differentiated, and also the reskilling and upskilling. I think there will be a need for a continuous upskilling as well to stay aware and being able to adapt. So in the meantime, we have another question that's from Nicola Tomopoulos, which is for both of you. So Nicholas thanks both of you for your interesting presentations, and asks, how do you see the evolution and coordination of living labs across Europe, given the existing disparities between advanced lagging regions? What would be your suggestions based on CCAM and previous experience?
Yeah, maybe I can start, and maybe Ingrid can add to this, since there's also the CCM experience, of course, where Ingrid has more to add. First of all, thank you, Nicholas, for the question. Good to see that you made it to the conference, and good to see that also the WISE-ACT, which is also a very important project, is also represented here. Indeed, there will be, as Wolfgang mentioned, some regions that might be lagging in terms of implementation of CAD and the use of CAD vehicles. So we haven't really looked into this in detail yet, but one solution might be for the European Union to really also look when preparing funding measures that certain living labs can also be established in these regions that otherwise would be lagging in the process, in the adoption of connected automated driving, and thereby can also take part in the process. But quite naturally, I would assume that this will be not a process that will be happening simultaneously across European member states, but something that will happen with different pace in different member states. So
yeah, I could add to that one in this societal needs and societal aspects and user needs cluster. One of the big things that we really want to emphasize there is this, that it is supposed to be for all, which means that this shall be equity shall not be worse, it shall be better. it has to maintain some equity, and within equity lies that this, of course, maybe you have that some regions have to be first, but really you have to develop something that can be applicable to Europe. And it may take time, but it should not be impossible to do this and to try to get as large parts of the European surface as possible covered at the end of the day, realizing that this is a process, and learn by doing is sort of not a bad idea, which I think is one idea of the living labs. And but I think this is extremely important to not forget your aspect here, that this is, if this shall be for all, those lagging regions are actually included in all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks to both of you. We have now another question from Joe Doyle from the European Professional Drivers Associations. He has a question on how do we have drivers trained for driving with new technologies? How do we upskill? And yeah, there's an associated question with that. I think it's extension. So how do we upskill now in preparation, and how do we encourage men and women into the industry?
Yeah, thank you, Joey, for the question. I think there's already certain policy that I kind of hinted at, but maybe I can elaborate a little bit more. So what we saw in our research, first of all, of course, is the need to update certain curricula for drivers to prepare future drivers, future mobility operators. However, I think more naturally and more easily what can be done is to use the already regular trainings that drivers have to attend, and slowly update these and include automation aspects in these trainings, and thereby have drivers pick up more and more of the relevant knowledge to operate partially automated vehicles, or at some point, of course, vehicles at SAE level 4, for example. On including men, encouraging more women and men into the industry, I think this is a challenge already now, and I think there's certain policy measures that are even taken, such as targeting men and women in awareness campaigns about the road transport sector, but also the improvement of work conditions will be very important. And here, of course, the challenge has been to raise salaries across Europe. There's a lot of downward pressure on salaries, so the hope is that salaries might increase as the skill levels will also increase, but this cannot come alone, and there will need to be flanking policies encouraging this, but also in general making the road transport more attractive as a workplace, which also has happened already with the recently approved mobility package by the European Commission that changes the rules for drivers. But yeah, it remains to be seen, and I think that more work needs to be done.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you for these answers. I do not see any other question for the moment, and I think we are now close to the next item in the agenda, which is the panel discussion. I would propose that so just to remind you, so there will be an opportunity to discuss then still in the open floor after the panel discussion on the questions you might have. And again, we will make our best to answer all the questions as well, and to include these in the reports as well. So this will not be forgotten if we don't manage to answer all the questions. So for the start of the panel, I'm handing over to Gerd.
Okay, thanks, Stefan, and thanks for these interesting presentations, Michael, Ingrid, and thanks for the questions from the floor. I'm very pleased to present the panel. We have 6 excellent experts representing different angles towards connected and automated driving, whether it's from the manufacturing sector, or from more a city perspective, or from the industry or the workers, companies. It's basically all here. We have asked these panelists just to very briefly introduce themselves, and we've given them one starting question. And that one starting question is, what are the major social challenges caused by the introduction of connected and automated driving. So that will no doubt pave the way to a very interesting discussion, a back and forth on what we should do as a sector. So I would invite all panelists to the floor. Stefan and I will remove ourselves, and the floor is all yours. May I kindly suggest, on a sort of ladies first basis, to start with Joanna, as she is in a way also hosting the event, at least having a home game at Ertico. But Joanna, would you be so kind, and that goes for all speakers, to more or less keep it a bit to the point at the beginning. I know all your panelists are always very eager to speak, but if we do the introduction and the first response to the question, we'll have a very lively discussion afterwards. And Joanna, please look at this as a relay or an estafette. Once you're done, please hand over the baton to your neighbor, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Gert, and thank you, Stefan, my colleague from Ertico. Indeed, it's a home game for us because we are partners in this very important project. Let me tell you, I am representing Ertico. Ertico, we are the ITS Europe stakeholder organization. We are representing 8 sectors coming from the academy, research centers, but also the OEMs and service providers, ministries, cities. So we are wide in our representation. What brings us together, what brings the Ertico partnership together is innovation. And all our partners know, and that's why they're members in Ertico, that innovation doesn't happen when you are doing things on your own. So that is the first step towards aligning and going to the path together. And I'll come back to that because I'll go straight into trying to give a bit of an idea on how we think on this, or I think on this question. What is the major challenge caused by the introduction of CAD in the road transport? And I think it is this lack of understanding on, first of all, what is coming, and lack of acceptance and awareness that this is coming anyway. So when we don't understand, we as stakeholders in Europe, that this is happening anyway, we are not coming together to cooperate. And that is what we should be working on. And I noted it down this morning. It was the PO from DG Research, Frank Smith. I don't know him, but I was very happy to hear him say that the system has to emerge by design and not as a result of crisis management. And this is so important because that's what we have to do. We have to prepare. And I was very happy to see the diagram that came out as a result of this study, and your colleagues were showing it just an hour ago, where you were kind of dividing the actions into the preparation of the transition, the management, facilitation, and so on. So indeed, my point, my answer to this, the main challenge is how to overcome the lack of understanding of the inevitability that we have to cooperate. And when we understand that, we can go for cooperation and dialogue that was said time and again in this call, between the stakeholders, between competitors, with the users, with also unfamiliar partners in this ecosystem, because more and more new disruptive, let's say, sectors are coming in concerning the road transport. I know, Gert, you said this is the beginning, a question is the beginning of the discussion, and I want to leave it like this because I think all of us in this panel can speak forever about it, especially after hearing all the very good discussions since this morning. So allow me to pass the baton, as you called it, to another lady, if I may. So Inga, Lena, the microphone is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm Ingelina Heinisch. I'm from the European Transport Workers Federation, and I'm actually representing Christina Tilling, who was unfortunately not able to join the panel in the afternoon. ETF is not a partner in this project, so we thank you very much for inviting us to join the panel in the afternoon. To say that ETF is a trade union federation. We represent more than 5 million transport workers from across Europe and from all sectors. And this means also that we are a recognized social partner in 7 of the social dialogue committees. I myself work for the road transport section of ETF. And of course, automation is a topic we've been discussing a lot. And we've done some of our own research, but focusing on the question, we see three major challenges, issues we focus on. The first one is driver shortage, and the misconception that drivers are not a skilled profession. We see that due to the precarious living and working conditions of drivers and the precarious, so to say, work-life balance in this job, the sector is not very attractive. The average age of truck drivers is around 45, while the average age of bus drivers is even higher, and it's around 55 years old. And in terms of women participation, it's around 2%, looking at truck and bus and coach drivers. I'm not speaking about urban public transport, just about freight and passenger transport, meaning coach transport. When also looking at many member states, they do not consider the profession a skilled profession. They do not pay as if it was a skilled profession, and this is really kind of downgrading the job. And in this respect, we would welcome very much any innovation, as it can be a step forward in getting a general understanding that this job is a skilled profession. The second point is the unattractiveness of the sector. We discussed it, or it was discussed in several of the panels. And I must say that we see that the discussion is focused on certain issues, but it does not really address what the transport workers are concerned about. And in particular, not what the women transport workers are concerned about. We recently conducted a survey amongst our female members and asking them what would make the job more attractive to them, for them in order to stay in the profession or take up the profession. And the 5 main issues raised were a toxic masculine culture in the workplace, unequal pay and unequal opportunities, violence and aggressions by colleagues, managers, and customers. Then, quite simple, but still an issue, there are simply no toilets and sanitary facilities often available for women. And lastly, as I already said, a lack of work-life balance. So in our view, unless there are real solutions to these issues, and we will be actually launching a campaign on this later in October, nothing will change. And we do not see that automation will bring many benefits in attracting more women or young people to the profession if these more fundamental topics are not addressed. And the third one, very quickly, is driving time. In our view, so to say, drivers are paid relating to working time and not driving time. So we do not see any benefit in, so to say, platooning, saving on labor costs, as it will not have any impacts on how they should be paid. And we would not agree to, or we see a danger in this discussion leading to longer driving times or working times for drivers. We are currently conducting a study on driver fatigue, looking into the issue, and we see a big danger in this regard. I would leave it at this point and pass on, I guess, the floor to Brigitte.
Yes, thank you, Inga-Lena. So my name is Brigitte Ollier. I'm working for UITP, the International Public Transport Organization. So we are representing the public transport companies operating buses, trams, metro, etc., and enabling, in fact, the daily mobility of thousands, millions of citizens every day in Europe. The discussions this morning were very interesting, and I think many of the descriptions also fit to the public transport sector. If I may, I would like just to maybe point again to the main characteristics of the sector in terms of jobs and employment. It is very difficult for me currently to single out really the effects of connected and automated driving, as it is not really deployed in our networks yet. We have some pilots running, but road vehicles or automated roadway vehicles, yeah, it's still really very marginal in the services that we operate every day. So the sector provides for approximately 2 million jobs in Europe. Only 18% are held by women, so we have also a very big problem of diversity in our sector. So there's really room for improvement. It's in fact an issue that our members are very aware of, and that yeah, many activities also have been developed already to attract more women, but it is really very difficult to get more women into our workforce. Some of the reasons were certainly also those mentioned by Inga-Lena. More than 50% of the jobs that we have are driving jobs, and from these driving jobs, obviously the vast majority will be bus drivers. So we have metro drivers, we have tram drivers, but in smaller numbers than bus drivers. As was mentioned also today, we have an aging workforce, and we expect many retirements in the next 10 years. Some companies speak even of 30% of their staff that will retire in the next 10 years. So you can imagine the number of people that they will have to hire just to keep up the current level of service. And if you listen currently to policy, if you look at the Green Deal and so on, it becomes obvious that cities will need even more public transport, more services to be able to cope with a growing number of passengers. So we face, for the next 10 years at least, a big challenge, and certainly that's our challenge number one. It's recruiting, finding the profiles that we need, including a lot of bus drivers, so that our companies are able to provide the service that they are expected to deliver. And it's very important, we have also to become more diverse, because it is very important for us as service companies also to reflect our customer base. And obviously a lot of our customers are women. So we have really there to make another big effort. So we're speaking during this final conference a lot of on new technologies, in particular automation. The sector, in fact, has already or is implementing already quite a lot of new technologies. We call it also digital transformation of the companies, and I will just raise some examples. For example, the ticketing systems that some years ago were still paper-based, today are electronic. All the shelters have disappeared, so there has already been a loss of certain types of jobs which have been replaced by others. So I think this process is ongoing already in the public transport companies. The same for automated metros. Since decades now, those systems are implemented in Europe, and we have more and more automated metro systems, and we are not at the end. This trend will continue. We are running a lot of pilots also with autonomous road vehicles, but also automated metros with automated parking of buses, for example. So there are many different things, in fact, that can be done with these new IT digitalization technologies, which means obviously also that jobs and skills are changing, and that we have also to accompany this change. So as we have a very big recruitment gap to fill currently, these new skills certainly can be recruited, but it's not enough. We also need big strategies for reskilling or upskilling our current staff. And I think that's one of the most important second major challenges that we face. So first one is the recruitment, and the second one is putting up really these strategies to be able for the staff to keep up with the developments and to acquire the new skills that will be important tomorrow. I just want to mention maybe perhaps 2 or 3 keywords of things that I've heard this morning and which I think are very relevant. I think it is very important to have a cooperation between management and staff in order to accompany these changes. This is very important also to address fears of staff. Obviously, if you listen to automation and all buses tomorrow will run in an autonomous way, then obviously it raises fears amongst our staff. And it is important to really keep up discussions, cooperations, to explain, to understand, to maybe jointly accompany those changes. So that's, I think, very important. And yes,
if I may, could we save that for discussion?
Okay. Yes.
Because
Okay.
there will be
I will
plenty
stop
more,
here.
and
Yes.
I would kindly ask you to pass.
Okay. Okay. I stop here. So, Laura, your turn.
Yes. Hi. I'll try to not take too much time. I'm Laura Babio, and I'm working for Polis, the leading network of cities and regions for sustainable transport innovation. And over the past few months, I've been working in the Interreg-funded project PATH, preparing cities for autonomous vehicles, where I have been studying and researching the socioeconomic impacts, the long-term socioeconomic impacts of autonomous vehicles. And that's how I basically ran into this study and how me and Michael started in contact. And one of the things that I've learned is that automated vehicles don't necessarily lead to an improved situation or to development of sustainable mobility. There are many benefits associated with automated vehicles, as there has been discussed today, like increased accessibility, especially for old people, young people, disabled people, people living in low demand areas. But there are also many risks, like depending on the level of deployment and how it's deployed, traffic congestion, which would also lead to a decreased accessibility, inequality, depending on the business model. So the city's biggest challenge, who I'm representing, would be to integrate autonomous vehicles in their mobility systems while taking advantage of all the benefits and minimizing all of these risks, which means introducing autonomous vehicles carefully, managing that sustainable objectives are met. At the end, cities are not interested in automation per se, but they are actually interested in how it is linked to solve specific problems. Automated vehicles imply a huge investment in technology and in infrastructure, and this is only justified if it helps solving problems and if it's connected to achieving that vision of a city, which is a city that is sustainable, accessible, safe, and overall efficient. And yes, I think I can leave it at that, and we can discuss later on the in the discussion, continue this, but I think that's the biggest challenge for cities. And I give the floor to I see to Carlo Giro.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Yeah, my name is Carlo Giro. I work for the IRU, so the International Road Transport Union, and we represent the interests of the commercial road freight and passenger transport sector, along with taxis as well. And apart from being, of course, a partner in this study, we thought that it would be also interesting for us, interesting to share what we think as well about connecting automated driving, as we both represent passenger and freight. And And of course, we do see, we do acknowledge the fact that connected and automated driving has the capability and the potential to revolutionize the road transport sector in improving road safety, making transport operations more efficient, and of course, attracting a new workforce. So in order to make the profession more attractive, and there I share the points that were raised before. I agree with them that the more investment is made on the youth, the more focus is being placed on the attractiveness of this new technology, the more we will try to solve the driver shortage issue. One major issue, I'll just touch upon two major issues that we identified at IRU. The first one is related to acceptability. Right now, also as Brigitte mentioned, there are many pilots taking place, but we do not have, concrete solutions present on the road right now. So many of our members are still unaware of the technological developments that are taking place. Some of them are aware. They're participating in different pilots at a European and national level. However, there is still a general unawareness of what is going on, and I think it's also our responsibility, also looking at the different organizations, to really make sure that the message is conveyed in an efficient way. The second is the role of SMEs. Us as IRU, we represent SMEs primarily, and approximately 80% of transport companies in the EU are SMEs. So we would like to stress the importance of really making sure that these SMEs are supported and accompanied and not left alone when this tidal wave of new technology and connected and automated driving will arrive. So we really see the need for, as mentioned before, training, upskilling, making sure that drivers are retained. We have our Dutch member TLN, our freight member TLN, who is really putting a lot of emphasis in retraining older drivers and making them ambassadors in order to inspire younger drivers. And that for them has worked and is working. So it is really important to not forget that the commercial road transport sector is competitive, and therefore it's important to consider that there's competition all the time, and therefore connected and automated driving will work maybe for a private user with a private car because he or she would like to enjoy for the benefit, of course, of not driving. However, there have to be, of course, some business needs that have to be addressed. So just to give a bit of an opening comment from my side.
I guess that leaves you, Joost. Take it away.
Yeah, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Joost van Tom is my name. I'm the Smart Mobility Director at ASEA. ASEA is the European manufacturers of passenger cars, light commercial vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles, and buses and coaches. So we are very pleased to be invited in here since we follow this subject, of course, with great interest. I think this panel, and congrats to Ecoris and my friends of Ertico, is a very nice balance of what we see in the future and what we should see more in the future. We represent more or less 13.8 million European workers, 13.8, and of all manufacturing jobs in Europe, all across all sectors, it's 11.4% in our industry, so the production of vehicles. If I see what is the attention point for us, and for the driver, because we tend to forget the driver in the equation here, it's obviously safety. Safety, not only the vehicle safety, but also the safety of the system and the interaction with the third parties. Can be a city, can be an automated and connected engine at the other side, or an IoT device. It's about trust. We really are coordinating with the Commission the trust program for the cloud infrastructure and the common data spaces, because when things go wrong, it will be very difficult to get it right afterwards. So it's like you when using a smartphone. If it fails, okay, fine. But if a car would fail, or a truck, or a van, or a bus, you would think twice, I think. So we do all the best for it, not only most safe products, but also the trustworthy ones. And that's about transparency, not about transparency only of the algorithms and the AI principles in the future, something the Commission and the Parliament seems to ask for, but also of the systems. What is automated driving? What is autonomous driving? What is assisted driving? What is an autopilot and what is it not? And I kindly refer all of you to our website, acea.be, where we developed a roadmap on automated driving and more specifically on a taxonomy for automated driving. It's also being discussed with the high-level meeting with the transport ministers in the coming months, but we really want to secure that we have the right technical terminology in place, and that's maybe a good addition to your report, Geert and the team. Because we do make a difference between assisted driving, which means that the machine is still that's still you in charge, the driver in charge. Automated driving, where the first steps of automation comes in, and autonomous driving, where actually it's the machine driving you and not the other way around. Where maybe we need a driving license approach, not only for the driver, but also for the machine, for the object, for the IoT device. We see a number of automation use cases already in place today. Automated valet parking for passenger cars. It's a feature that we offer from time to time, sometimes in a fully automated mode. Highway chauffeur is another one, and robot taxis will come. We see from my colleagues in UITP, we have, by the way, an excellent cooperation with them, and also with IRU and police, where we actually discuss each other's ecosystem, and it's not public versus private. No, it's public and private. It's multimodal, and I really mean that. That's also our agenda for Commissioner Valian. It's about how to put these vehicles on the roads, and it's not only about selling vehicles. It's about how to make it the best use of it. We are in the track of sustainable development, of course, the green agenda, but it's not like Mr. Tavares said from our previous president. It's not of making the best cars in the world and the most automated cars. It's about how to serve the customer and what are the customer needs. And the customer needs on convenience or seamless modality, smart and green. We haven't touched upon that, but if alternative fuels, charging infrastructure, it's seeing and believing and doing. And all this has an impact on various levels, not only the car production, but also the selling of cars, the repair and maintenance. I do not have to tell you that, which means the skills will have to be reskilled, to be honest. And it's also about the whole aftermarket in this area. So it's not only about CAD, it's much more about the ecosystem that is fundamentally changing, not necessarily due to COVID, but COVID has played a role in that. But it's about how to produce cars and, with the new ecosystem. One word on COVID, and I have a couple of questions afterwards and initiatives where we take that for the next round, I guess, on COVID. Has it been a wake up? Has it been a setback? Has it been an impetus or a momentum? I think it's a mix of that. We've seen a disaster for our sector and some of the public sector as well, I believe. It's a major shutdown from our factories, from our people as well, short-term unemployment, but also longer-term. You see the massive reorganizations that are being taking place in our big companies. It's a lower predictability of the future, which is also a bit worrying, of course, for both sides, the employee and the employer. And this goes hand in hand with major, in addition, I would say, the major structural changes. It's about alternative fuels, about the new targets of the European Commission that announced 55% earlier this week. So the green agenda, even the tightened green agenda, smart recovery agendas of the member states. So what should be put into the equation here, and I will come back later on this one with some concrete examples, is the aftermath. How do we deal with the aftermath of COVID and the national recovery plans, where we see a lot of attention from most countries to our automotive sector, and thanks for that, at national level, and not necessarily only at the European level, the MFF, but really the national. But we didn't see a lot on skills. We didn't see a lot on reskilling and upskilling on this. And that's why we're putting hand in hand with a number of other associations, 25 action plan, which I will explain later on, Geert, together with some others, which goes hand in hand with what we are discussing here. Back to you, Geert. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm intervening as well. So thank you very much to all the panelists here for these views, for sharing your views and of the different sectors. So I've seen that there are indeed quite different challenges that you see, but still there are words that are common, like awareness raising, fields of diversity, continuing to inform the users. So we would like now to steer more the discussions also toward the necessary policy measures. So if you have seen presentations in the early afternoon on the different policy measures that we identified in the study, So this includes the short-term measures more for the preparing the transitions, as well medium-term for facilitating the transitions, and then long-term on managing the transitions. So we spoke about setting up observatories, raising awareness, campaigns, working maybe on legislation adaptation. So we were wondering now, again, for each of your organization, how do you see the roles here, for example, for cities, for the social partners in taking the lead or in contributing to these different initiatives? So I propose maybe to start here with one of you, with maybe with the cities, with police. And what we suggest is that each of you, if you have a question and want to react to some of the statements, you simply raise the hand on the camera so that we can see you.
Yeah, hello again. I think that the roadmap, the policy measures that you have done in the study is very interesting, how it has been divided and everything. And there are some of them that I think that are key for city. The main one is limiting, of course, the traffic growth by imposing restrictions and promoting public transport. Public transport has to stay the backbone of urban mobility, since it's the mode that is accessible and universal for all of us. And another very interesting one is precisely the providing funding for managing the transition based on a transition strategy. I think this is very interesting, but it has to be associated with the social benefits and with a more sustainable and efficient system. If cities want to integrate the automated vehicles, then, as I said, it has to be to link specific problems, because there are many benefits associated, especially if you go to rural areas or to low demand suburban areas where actually right now they don't have public transport because it's not cost effective, and automation actually there would make a very big change. So to focus it on that. I also think that another very good one from the list that you have developed is the establishing a framework agreement on automation between social partners in transport. You have talked a lot about how discussion and cooperation is very important, and I agree that is going to be one of the key aspects.
Mm-hmm. Someone want to add to that or to react to that? I think from maybe we can have here as well the perspectives from the social partners. So how would you see that at ETF as well? What would be then the actions that you would need on with your organization and your members?
Yeah, thank you. We would agree with Laura. The policy options in the report cover a lot of the topics we are also concerned about, but focusing on the major or on the main three topics for us are, first of all, as you can imagine, us being a social partner, is that the topic, so the impacts of CAD on jobs and employment, must be included in social dialogue at all levels. We already discussed it together with the IRU at European level, but it really needs to go into all levels and more in depth, because it's true, I think even our members, they see, I mean the drivers, they see that things are developing, but in the end they are focused on their day-to-day job. They're not really looking into the future, but those, as it was mentioned this morning, who may now enter the profession, things will look very different in the future. So this should be really like a topic which is kind of carried on throughout the future of the social dialogue at all levels. And for us as a trade union, just transition is here the key, so to say, key focus. Secondly, where we also see a need is to adapt the training of drivers directive. As it was mentioned, upskilling, retraining, all these issues are key for our members. And so to say, redesigning the curriculum is very important. And as I mentioned before, we expect to see clear signals that the driver's profession is a skilled one. And this will ensure a better treatment of drivers, better recognition of their skills, better pay and working conditions. And lastly, we also, so to say, call for that EU research funding allocates part of the budget to accompany the social impact research. And again, just transition must play a key part. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I have to Yes, Johanna, I think, yeah, indeed, I think that's would be good to have you mentioned indeed awareness raising and so on. So I think here Ertico can definitely play a good role. So
Thank you, Stefan. Yes, to take it from there, from the awareness of the fact that CAD is not coming, but it's almost with us in one way or another, also in road transport, and that we should be really fast in understanding it and accepting it, starting from there and going to the awareness that we should, on which we should be basing our cooperation. I want to say that I liked very much what was said by, I think, by my friend Jost, who was talking about the system. It's not only the automated or autonomous parts of the transport system, it's the entire system as such. And this is very important to realize and understand, because we have to be working on different little pieces of the puzzle continuously and in parallel, so that we achieve the so we are prepared well enough to deal with the entire picture. So in the beginning, what I want to say is the beginning we're going to have mixed traffic, most possibly we're going to have separate lanes, maybe, and so on. In the beginning, you're going to have people really, how do you call it, going out in the streets and shouting against losing their jobs and so on. But this we can mitigate because we are already in the process of having recognized this impacts, and we can start from education, for example, training. We can start from the school level. We can at the same time go for the other levels, also for public authorities, because there are public authorities that, and we know this because 1/3 of our members are public authorities. Some of the public authorities are not aware. And I think one of my co-panelists were saying of the progress that automation has achieved. So we at Ertico, we have what we call the Ertico Academy. We go out to public authorities. Our partners are helping us by giving training with us to share the knowledge that we have, to show that the traffic management can be better if you automate this and that. Or we go out to the to discuss the benefits of ITS and so on. So this is part of this awareness campaign that should be happening. It's part of what actually Carlo mentioned, that we should all do our part, because we are here in a little or big Brussels bubble, although now we are all home working, so we're not all in Brussels, but still we are in our Brussels bubble and we are discussing these things, and this information is not really out there in all the stakeholders to be able to understand and deal with. So I think that is very important, to work on different policy levels, on short and long run, as you were mentioning, or short and long term, and on different levels like European, national, local, and the stakeholders, us as well. So that's I think it's very much also what the Commission, what the European Commission is trying to do, and we are very much involved in the CCAM partnership discussion with Cluster 6 that Ingrid was presenting before, in the integration in the social needs, user needs and social aspects. So these parts, and I'll finish with that point, that we cared little about 10 years ago, 5 years ago, now they are our primary target, and quite rightly so. So, and also I see it in Ertico. I was working for a member of organization of Ertico 9 years ago, and Ertico was more focusing on technology. And now I'm working for Ertico for the past 3 years, 3.5, and we are very much taking into account the social aspects, the study that we are discussing today, the user needs, very, very much, and very much we are taking into account what the cities need, because it's important. And what Brigitte said, that the cities don't care about automation, they care about what automation can do for them. For sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Joost was raising the hand first, so please go on, Joost.
Sorry, Brigitte.
Then I Brigitte, or maybe, yeah, sorry, I didn't see Brigitte, yeah.
Well, a couple of words on this one. Thanks, Joanna, for getting the heads up. I started 4 years ago in ASEA, coming from the telecoms and IT sector. And the whole connectivity agenda and automation, but especially connectivity, was not really on the forefront of the policymaker, of the Commission, Parliament, Council. The first thing we did is making an alliance, a partnership, a systemic partnership, I would say, with the telecoms authorities, yeah, and the telecom sector. So IATA, 5G AA, and all these instruments, and that worked very nicely because now it's on the agenda. So it started with Mr. Oettinger, then the follower of Oettinger, and today now with Mr. Breton, who happily has DG Grow and DG Connect under him. So, and that agenda is rolling out now. It's really rolling out in terms of legislation and attention and systematic. We do the same for electrification and alternative fuels, but we definitely need the same now for this agenda, the skills jobs. And we have a good alibi. It's not COVID, but it's what happens now with the updated EU skills agenda for Mr. Schmidt. I'm like a bit the cabinet Schmidt here, but what he did is really remarkable. He set forward a communication with definite cross-sector skills agenda. And what we did with CLEPA, with SECRA, so our dealers, and ITREMA, so the tire manufacturers, is actually coming up with a 25 action plan. In May 2020, the 25 actions are linked to the recovery, of course, after the COVID, but 2 specific points are linked to skills agenda. And if you read this point, you will immediately see what it is. It's a sectorial skills pact we need, and we're not trying to set it up as a partnership, as a separate organization within the automotive sector, and also mobilizing private capital. It's nice to talk about recognition of diplomas, of skill sets, upskilling, but you need the member states, you need universities, you need schools, high schools there. And how did we do that? We used and we leveraged a platform that is existing. Erasmus Plus has funded the DRIVES project. So Drive plus S, DRIVES, is actually a consortium with ASEA leading together with some others on what are the skills that we have today for the traditional combustion engine. What are the skills needed for the future for alternative fuels, for software updates over the air, for cybersecurity, for data sharing, for all that new stuff. This is not an electric engineer who can do that. It will be another skill. And that project DRIVES is now delivering the roadmaps and already drafts, I would say, CVs that will be interoperable among the member states, among the participants as well. So we want actually to scale it up and to have a separate partnership on this one for skills together with others in this sector. We're going to discuss this very soon also with the Commissioner, but it's really backed up with CEOs of not only my members, but the suppliers and also our dealers, because we don't forget the dealers here. They have to sell and to preach these models in the future towards you and me as potential buyer, leaser, user of a car, vehicle. Can be shared or it can be privatized. So what we definitely are now looking for is a multiplier effect, where we can mutually recognize the definitions of skills and jobs, so good taxonomy. It's mapping the needs of the industry, mitigating the gap between the needs of the industry and the training institutes and providers, and obviously cooperation with the regional and national, but also local authorities like cities and others. And allow me, I was a bit surprised by the timeline that Michael Flickenschild has mentioned, 2025, 2035, and 2050. I feel this is a bit late. 25 to start preparations, to do all kinds of studies and awareness and cooperation mechanism. I think we should start now, not in 25. And that's what we already now getting traction with my friends here around the table. 35 should then be facilitation. I think it should be 2022 already, it's facilitation. Running the platform like we did with the CCAM platform with a number of you. And then 2050, make it operational, that's too late. We will have the automated vehicles and the automated shuttles learning and doing, and the legislative framework will be there. And by then we will have hopefully synchronized urban vehicle access regulations, etc., etc. So I want to be a bit more, I would say a bit more ambitious and not starting in 25. But it's not a criticism; it's just a tip that we would give. So we go for an updated skills agenda. We have a complete project ready. It DRIVES, and it's the Coalition for Skills and Jobs with our Skills Pact for automotive, and happy to present that later on if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Then next is Brigitte.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I wanted to react also a bit on these that's my feeling, sorry, very technology-led plaidoyers. I think we have to be careful also as a sector not to be pushed by technology into things which do not really add a big added value to our customers. And I think that's really, for us, certainly one of the main elements that will also have an influence on the speed of deployment. It will be very important that those technologies, automated technologies, have a real added value in terms of people who will be using it from our side. I can see an advantage for the demand responsive transport, for example, for smaller vehicles, connecting in a more efficient ways areas which are not well connected by the mass transit systems, and that could be better connected. But yeah, for the mass transit, for the big buses, for the major routes in peak times, I think we still will need big vehicles, and I'm not too sure if, at what speed those vehicles will be automated. I don't know. I'm not an expert in these things. But I could imagine that passengers would perhaps, not very comfortable in such vehicles. I don't know. It would certainly also be important to keep humans in vehicles, because that's a bit what we have seen also in our metro systems, is that first the design of the vehicles, the design of the stations, but also the presence of staff has quite a big impact on the feeling of security, and that's very important for our passengers. If you don't feel secure, you will not take the vehicle. It's very easy. So I think there are still quite a lot of questions to be answered, to be tested before really a big scale deployment can take place. That's how I see it. On the skills side, there I fully agree. We will really have to make a very big effort, also from the side of public transport, to reskill and upskill our people so that they're able to cope with the new technologies, not just in the automated area. We have many other business processes which are digitalized, which are completely changing. And new business models also which are arising. And I think that's another area where we have to better understand the impact of these technologies on business models, on the traditional ones, on new ones. How will they fit? How will this work all together? And I think there's still many questions which are open.
Thank you. Then last one, Carlo. Please.
Yeah, just to add very briefly on what was said already. As I mentioned before, of course the importance of as policy measures of training, upskilling, and the support to SMEs. I fully support the comment made, of course, by Inga regarding the need to revise social legislation in road transport, because of course there needs to be clear rules by which transport companies will need to abide to, and therefore it's I mean, I'm thinking about driving and rest time rules, working time directive, the license directive as well. So I feel that also as IRU, as a social partner, I think that it's our responsibility to make sure that the rules are properly written. Point number 2 is, and this is also something that we tried to specify as well in the final report of the study, is to really make sure through living labs or similar, to really make sure that even representatives or we see around the table right now different organizations to create some sort of living labs to make sure that bringing all together and really make sure to test and gather the views of real transport operators, of citizens, of the cities. So I see now also working in European funded projects that most of the times the piloting activities are not necessarily the invitation to test is not necessarily extended to real transport companies. And I think our members, for example, would be extremely keen and happy to be included in these living labs or pilots to get a feel and to get more knowledge about what is being produced, because eventually this technology will be on the market and they will be the ones using it. So I think a gradual introduction into piloting, into testing with real transport operators, with real users will make, I think, the transition will mitigate the negative impacts if there will be any. And the third was just a comment on COVID. Now we've seen that, of course, COVID restricted physical interaction. So I just would like to stress also what Joost mentioned regarding the need to further digitalize, make sure that the road transport sector needs to digitalize more. Also, COVID gives us quite a reason to push that, but in any case, this was long overdue, and really try to digitalize in the framework, of course, of connected and automated driving. But those were just the 3 points that I just wanted to raise. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, dear panelists. That has been quite some thoughts, quite some ideas. Before we turn to the audience, I would like to give you the opportunity to give a final, 15, 20 seconds final remark again before we turn to the bigger audience. So in my screen from the left, Joost, do you have any concluding remarks?
Yes, thanks for that, Gert, and also Stefan for moderating this panel. I think we need a systematic and a systemic approach in a public-private partnership, not an institutionalized one, but a cooperative model where we have a sectorial skills pact for automotive and for our issues, at least for my club. And it's not only about CAD, it's about everything that's happening in our sector. Electrification, hydrogen, all the other things, data sharing, software. So it's much broader than only CAD. And we have a good embryon for this. It's the DRIVES project that we want to leverage for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Joost. A bigger agenda indeed. Brigitte, from your side.
Thank you. I think from my side, we should also to reinforce social dialogue. In fact, we have seen during the COVID crisis that in general, a closer cooperation between employees and trade unions and companies, public transport companies at least, has been established. Due to the unforeseeable and due to the fact that nobody knew how to manage what was happening. And we believe that this cooperation really should be strengthened, and also the lessons learned during the crisis in this better cooperation should also be applied for the emergent digital transformation of work, which I think will also have a very, very important impact and needs this cooperation, this cooperative approach.
Thank you, Brigitte. All clear there. Laura, from your side. You're muted. Okay, well, we'll ask people to unmute you. Let's hear from Carlo, then we'll come back to you, Laura.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make a remark. According to a European Commission report published in 2019, the forecast is that passenger and freight transport are expected to grow significantly by around 42% and 60% respectively by 2050. So I think that if that puts an enormous amount of pressure on the finding solutions and really making sure that the labor force, the training, the reskilling is done in an efficient way so that we can tackle, of course, demand. And as also mentioned before, enhanced cooperation among different stakeholders. I mentioned those living labs, having really the real people around the table to make sure that the transfer of knowledge, the transferability is being processed in the right direction.
Okay, excellent, Carlo. Thanks again. Let's try once more, Laura.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened. I was unmuted before. Yes, I was just wanted to say that I actually like something that Brigitte said, that we shouldn't be pushed into things by technology when there is not a big added value. So I just wanted to point out that the expectations of automated vehicles need to meet the social reality, and this is how we should start planning for them, understanding where can we use them, how do we use them, and yes, that should I should finish with that.
Okay, excellent. To Inga then.
Yeah, I would like to pick up on what Laura and Brigitte said and add that any, so to say, projects in this regard really need to be human-centered and bring improvements for both the users and the workers. And also from a trade union perspective, what is of key importance for us is that any, so to say, changes or any innovation, any developments are not used to circumvent labor laws and social rules.
And thank you, Inga. And last but not least, of course, Joanna, as the host again, you're opening and now you can close the panel.
Thank you. That's an honor. And let me make the bridge with all the previous panelists. Of course, innovation shouldn't be used like this. This is bad innovation. This is not, we shouldn't even think of that innovation going bad. I like the fact that cooperation and dialogue have been stressed throughout the day and throughout this discussion. And I also like the point that my two co-panelists are making on the impact and the actions and the projects that should be user-centric, because indeed it's almost a no-brainer. Nobody can cooperate unless the benefits are clear for everyone in this cooperation. So what we should keep on doing, because I know that we are doing it, is showing what are the benefits for all the stakeholders involved, the user in the center, of course, because it's the user's needs that we are answering with these technologies, governance models, and actions, and then go for cooperation. Nobody goes into any cooperation unless there's something in it for them. And that's why I liked what Laura said. I think it was Laura when she was saying that cities are not interested in automation per se. Of course, again, we have to find the benefit for the user. Is it answering the needs for safety, as Joost was saying, for comfort and so on? Is it answering the city needs for more public space, for attaining the green goals and objectives and so on? Is it answering all these objectives? And then go and cooperate and raise awareness, train, upskill, reskill our labor force so that we can deal with what is coming anyway, because automation is going to impose cooperation, and we better put the framework of cooperation on our own, because then it's going to be imposed and we're going to be in a system without having any control on it. So we better discuss it and have a dialogue now as we do. So thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Laura, Inga, Carlo, Brigitte, Joost. You've been an inspiration. Thank you. You representing the different angles when it comes to a collaborative approach in CAD deployment and considering social impacts in the future. You set an example. If we all follow your path, we will be in excellent hands. So we are looking at a bright future, hopefully with a social roadmap in place. On that note, we are running behind a little bit on schedule, but we thought it'd be good to give the floor or open the floor to our dear audience who have been here with us throughout the day, and see if there's any questions to the panelists or to the earlier speakers. We will take a few questions. Feel free to either raise the hand function or to put a question in the chat bar. By doing so, we can give you the floor, and we can have some final questions before we close up for the day. So, who is brave enough to add any moral wisdom to all the words that already have been spoken today? Okay, I guess that there is no direct questions for the panel. Of course, we always have these moments. I see a question coming in. A lot of beeps. Okay, maybe let me then turn to the panel. Of course, we always have a set of backup questions in case there's no direct question coming from the audience, but this is more an open question. We've seen the developments and we've discussed the impacts. Now, if we look around, the transport sector is not unique, or it is in a way, but we could also learn from other sectors. Do you see, with your backgrounds combined, I think Joost coming from the telecom sector, with all your backgrounds, do you see some lessons learned where we can pick up something from other sectors or other experiences? And anyone from the audience or from the panel wishing to engage in that discussion, please raise your hand.
Yeah, maybe Geert, I can jump in on this one. Other sectors, we could have a look indeed at some, well, telecoms is a bit technologically, to be honest, has always been technology, so I'm not sure it has been a reskilling, but there are still industrial engineers and then some of them very high level skilled people that stay there. But the film industry, the photo film, do you remember Kodak? Some of you may remember. I had it in the past, so I'm not that young anymore. Yeah. And yeah, these guys, they have disappeared, totally disappeared. Yeah, makes me think about BlackBerry as well. So that kind of things would be worthwhile looking after. And all DG Grow has made a study on the supply chain of a number of sectors, including ours with CCAM, but some others as well, the industrial manufacturing sector, and they also are undergoing this digitization and automation and cloud systems and software and so on. So it might be worthwhile to have a talk with them if you want, can help you. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Joost, thanks so much. Never short of inspiration and never short of good thoughts. You know, given the fact that we've been talking quite a lot today and we've been listening even more, I think you know, we could turn towards closing down the conference for today. On that note, I would very much like to thank the panelists, as I just did, as well as all the speakers, but maybe even more all the people who have participated and who have managed to give their thoughts, listening, and that has made this conference interesting and, in my view, a success. Towards Ertico, once more, thank you very much for the hospitality. And sort of a virtual event is nice, especially if it's well organized. It lowers the threshold to participating. And again, as I said in the beginning, Rita is to be thanked for all the hard work, and Julia with her. Having said so, I'm really looking forward to the moment that we have left COVID behind and we can meet in a physical way again, vis-a-vis. Nothing beats the feeling, but it is as it is. We have done well, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting in person again. Also, of course, many thanks to the Commission for funding the study, for working with us. It's been a sunny day. We've spent a bit of time inside, but I hope you can still enjoy a bit of it. Let me say from my end, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working on the project. It's not an end point, of course. This will go on. So much looking forward to next occasions. And for now, just please stay safe and healthy. On that note, I would also like to thank Stefan for working together on this, moderating. And Stefan, let me give the word to you, and before I thank everyone and say goodbye. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Yep, thank you very much, Gert, for your kind words. I think it was definitely a pleasure for us as well as Vertigo to work with ECORIS and with all the partners on this study, and also to host this very interesting discussion and the webinar today. I would like to join you as well in thanking all the speakers, the panelists, and of course all the attendees who raised quite interesting questions as well. I think I learned a lot, and it was good to hear as well, really from all the organizations represented today, the diversity of the different challenges, and in particular to understand the drivers that every stakeholder has behind the current challenges and for the deployment of automated driving, and also the views on the policies. So it's definitely helpful as well to continue our activities. I understand that we have now more awareness campaigns to work on, insist more even on collaboration, looking into these living labs issues. So there are very many different new solutions that we discussed today, and that we should all work together. So I'm very glad as well to have had this opportunity to co-moderate that today, and would like, again, to thank you and leave you now for the closing words.
Okay, so that completes it. Have a nice day. Thank you all, and hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye. Cheers.